I think the next plot twist is that things are about to get really good. I think this world is going to open up for you in unimaginable ways. I think you're walking into your best chapter yet. And finally, you're going to see where all of this has been leading.
When God wants to make a man powerful, he don't crown him first, he breaks him. First, he strips away your comfort, your pride, your plans, till all that's left is what's real. That ain't punishment, that's training. See, pain don't come to destroy you, it comes to stretch what's weak inside you. So you can carry the weight of your destiny, every bad day, every betrayal, every heartbreak. That's God molding you piece by piece. And you don't grow in comfort, you grow in chaos. The pressure that's breaking you now, that's the same pressure that'll make you unstoppable. So when you're down on your knees thinking it's over, it ain't the end, it's the rebuild. Most people quit when it hurts. But the chosen ones, they walk through the fire till their purpose starts glowing. Every tear, every trial, every sleepless night is proof that God ain't done yet. If you agree with me, drop 100 in the comments.
Zohran Mamdani's opponents want you to believe he's an inexperienced radical whose policies will make New York City more dangerous. But what do his actual supporters think?
Mamdani isn't crazy.
He's just trying to even the playing field.
You know, give everyone a fair shot. Sure, he said multiple times we need to defund the police, but that was just a metaphor.
And yes, he did say crime is a social construct, but that was also a metaphor.
His main backer, the Democratic Socialists' ideas are common sense, such as
Decriminalizing misdemeanors, like shoplifting.
third-degree assault, trespassing, prostitution,
And drunk driving.
With plans to decriminalize all drugs, Mamdani will be a job creator for drug dealers.
Instead of helping us homeless get off the streets and into the mental health facilities we need, he wants to give us safe injection sites to do crack and let us sleep in subway carts.
These are actual policies Mamdani and the DSA want to implement on day one.
When a woman's being domestically abused, she finally won't have to deal with some pesky cop to arrest the abuser, but now a social worker to help, kumbaya the situation.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Mamdani is finally lowering jail sentences. Guilty!
But Mamdani says you're free to go.
Woo-hoo!
Who cares if legalizing prostitution statistically leads to an increase for sex trafficking of women and young girls by 70%?
You can't have safety without equality.
For unlawful abiding citizens like us, globalize the intifada.
I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal.
I'm a criminal.
Yep. I'm a criminal.
For Zohran.
For Zohran Mamdani.
I didn't have a real job until I was 30, but sure, give me the keys to the city. What's the worst that can happen?
Paid for by Cuomo for NYC.
Government will be shut down until further notice.
I'm sorry, I just started hearing really loud circus music in my head. What did you say?
How long will they be closed?
Could be forever.
You're out of your mind.
I'm going to make this way harder than it needs to be.
I'm waiting. Could you be any slower?
It's been 84 years.
Clock is ticking like this.
Let's fucking move. Let's go.
I don't understand why it's so difficult.
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Get a hold of yourself.
Hurry it up, Nut.
What is your problem, pal?
Pull yourself together.
Hurry up, will you?
Get your shit together.
So it is a perfect storm. They're totally caught. The whole system, the whole legal system had to buy in because this is a war to the death. They have to get rid of, air quotes, Trump and everybody that's working with him, which they will once they get rid of him. If they were to get rid of him, they would put us all in FEMA camps and say we were extremists because our speech is extreme. They went from terrorists to extremists. So we would be classified as extreme if anybody got a hold of my, and they have, they're the NSA at that point. They can get the old Twitter accounts out and say, this is what you, said, blah, 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 So we were going to be, in hell on earth here if she was to win, and we, the good guys, weren't able to take the bad guys down. So they have to keep going down the bad trail and try and get rid of the good guys, and then turn it around, and then have what happened, make what happened what they wanted to happen, and then manipulate you the whole time while they're doing it. And so you would believe that the enemy they told you was the enemy, even though they're the enemy. So they think they can win all the way to the last second. And that's his job. That's why it's complicated business. He can't wake the people up too fast, get too many people going the right direction too fast if they're still in positions of power, let's say a couple of years ago, because it's been going on for years. If they were in positions of power and they found out that, hey, the people have reached the tipping point and they're coming after us, they're going to kill us. The hell they are, we're going to kill them first. So millions and millions and tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people would have died. And so it has to go this way for us to learn our lessons. We have to see it to believe it. They didn't believe back in the day. They didn't believe the conspiracy theorists. It's going to rain. It's going to rain. It's going to rain. Get on the boat. And then all of a sudden, it came true. He was a conspiracy theorist until it rained. So the truth is coming, and there's nothing that can stop it. And so we get to just be front row, as front row as you can be and be a citizen. That's what we are. We're as front row as you can get in this movie. We're so front row, we're in the movie. It's a live movie up on the stage.
I say to people, we have a bigger problem, in my opinion, with the enemy from within, and it drives them crazy when I use that term. But we have an enemy from within. We have people that are really bad people that I really think want to make this country unsuccessful.
It's just this amorphous group of people, but they're smart and they're vicious, and we have to defeat them. And when I say the enemy from within, the other side goes crazy, becomes a sound. Oh, how can he say? No, they've done very bad things to this country. They are indeed the enemy from within. But this is who we're fighting.
Core pillar of our new strategy is a shift from a time-based approach to one based on conditions. I've said it many times, how counterproductive it is for the United States to announce in advance the dates we intend to begin or end military options. We will not talk about numbers of troops or our plans for further military activities. Conditions on the ground, not arbitrary timetables, will guide our strategy from now on. America's enemies must never know our plans or believe they can wait us out. I will not say when we are going to attack, but attack we will.
Kiva. Just so you understand, I never mentioned the word or the name Israel. Never mentioned it during that conversation. They were all saying I did. So you had to know the story wrong. Never mentioned the word Israel.
How about that?
Excuse me, this is the third time you messed up my order. Don't chew me out with me. I want to speak to your manager right now. I paid good money for this meal. You can't just hiss at me.
you so long.
Taking evasive action. Over and out.
Antifa in Portland has lost their battle. You have absolutely nobody outside the ICE building right now. Their encampment has been completely shut down. You do not see a single member of Antifa, as the police actually came in today and said they cannot no longer be here. It looks like a hoarder's house here, but you have quite literally everything from buckets full of medicine, toothpaste, floss. You have food right here. You have all sorts of medical gear as well. They had boxes full of masks, and they had a load supply of water. They had all of their supplies and party supplies in here, and they even had things such as fridges and They even had a barbecue here as well. So this is the end of Antifa for right now. It's been completely dismantled. Here is the barbecue they had right here. Absolutely is gone. Antifa no longer here on the streets of Portland. It's like the Patriots, the pro-Trump people came in here and outnumbered them for the first time in a long time. And this could be the downfall of Antifa here in Portland, Oregon.
And instead of preventing partisan weaponization, your department has engaged in a brazenly political prosecution at the president's explicit direction. The department has become President Trump's personal sword and shield to go after his ever-growing list of political enemies and to protect himself, his allies, and associates.
I have to say, I am struck by the degree of the cognitive dissonance that I hear on the other side. It really is. I mean, I'm used to sort of the political debates and arguing in court and all those sorts of things. But to hear the other side of the dais talk about weaponization is truly shocking, given what we know now. And I thought what I might do is just tell a story. And these are 100% facts. Hillary Clinton, concerned about her email scandal, works with a Soros organization to cook up this Russiagate nonsense. They feed it to the intelligence agencies. And they spy, under Barack Obama's presidency, they spy on the political opponent, the Republican, running against Hillary Clinton. He gets elected. They continue the operation. And they launder this intelligence into stuff that was meant to, by the FBI and the CIA, to sideline a presidency of a duly elected president of the United States of America, to sideline him. And that continued. You heard even some people on this committee further that nonsense for 4 years. And then the FBI is involved with pre-bunking the Hunter Biden laptop story because they didn't want him to get elected again. So they pre-bunked the Hunter Biden laptop story. The American people should have been allowed to make their own judgments from that. They weren't, because the FBI called it a Russian hack and leak operation. They were meeting with social media companies every month and every week, telling them that the laptop that they knew, that they had verified in November of 2019, they knew was real and knew was his, said it was Russian disinformation. We've heard that before. And then, after Joe Biden comes in, 3 days in, they start a censorship campaign against the country, anybody who's a conservative. And now we also know that the FBI was weaponized in this Arctic frost investigation that tapped the phones of sitting U.S. senators. And also, the Republican Attorneys General Association, so let's pull in 2 more U.S. senators, Ashley Moody and myself, who were on the executive committee at that time. Charlie Kirk, political organizations they didn't agree with. This is not in the Soviet Union in the 1980s. This is in the United States of America in the last few years. And then, when they thought President Trump was on the run and there's no way people would elect him, and then he announces he's running for president, 3 days later, Jack Smith's appointed to get Trump. Fannie Willis brings charges against President Trump, and the assistant prosecutor meets with the White House counsel's office. Why would that happen? Then you have Alvin Bragg bring his charges. The number 3 person at DOJ goes to work for him to get Trump. All in the United States of America. This continued. And Senator Hawley asked the question, wrote it down, what is happening in this country? And I hope that MSNBC is still broadcasting this, because I'm sure their viewership hasn't heard this story that's gone on for 10 years. The truth is, they never forgave President Trump for coming down the escalator at all. They didn't like him. They didn't like the disruption. And they've spent the better part of a decade not just going after him, but demonizing half the country as fascists and Nazis and threats to democracy. And they have fueled this division in their inability to accept the fact that half of the country isn't deplorables, as Hillary Clinton called it, bitter clingers, as Barack Obama called them, or trash, as Joe Biden called them. That they rose up and they sat in their own jury box and they saw all this stuff play out over a decade and they rejected it. And now you have come in to clean that up, and you are doing a great job in doing that. And let me make this clear. There is a big difference between what happened under the Biden regime and the weaponization, and then holding those people accountable. That is not weaponization. If that doesn't happen, this will happen all over again. So your job, as you talked about in your confirmation hearing, is so important that this never happens again. And holding people accountable who are part of this conspiracy is absolutely your job. And I'm also taking, you don't have to comment on this, your unwillingness to answer questions that have come up. I am led to believe, as a former attorney general, that might mean there's an ongoing investigation. You don't have to talk about it. The statute of limitations may have run on some of this stuff, but not on a conspiracy. And if you're a co-conspirator in mile marker 1, even if you want to get on the exit ramp in mile marker 5, you are liable for the conspiracy in mile marker 10. And we are at mile marker 10.
I think that it's very possible, like you said, if there was any wrongdoing, I know this for a fact, they would have released that about the president. He wouldn't be president right now. So he's probably, and I always tell people this, no other politician has been, basically had lawfare waged against him the way that President Trump had. He's like clean as a whistle, this guy. But when you look at what they did prior to Trump getting into office, I mean, I have the timestamp back then that we were notified of destruction of evidence. So evidence tampering, all of that to say that it's very possible that they did do that. But what is without question is that there were many people hurt. And when we were in talking with those victims, I mean, every victim, there was one woman that said that she is going through therapy right now because she doesn't remember what was done to her. There's like massive parts of her memory that are completely blocked out. And so she's going through certain, I guess, psychotherapy to kind of help flush that out. But also
flush it out or recover it?
Recover it, like help to kind of like figure out what happened. But also too that they were concerned that there would be, because he had a lot of hard drives and the guy was a weirdo. He's recording everything. That they were concerned that specifically, like, they wanted to maintain it, and they were denied by previous administrations access to that information. So they were basically asking for it so that they could help process and recover. But at the same time, too, we were also in that same hearing. The attorney said that there were people. The victim's attorney said that there were people calling him to, like, I don't know if it was to settle or what. So all that to say that this is an active legal case in many ways. This is now the purview of House oversight. Chairman Comer is actually using the U.S. Treasury to actually go through some of these bank records and transactions to figure out where the money was coming from. Chairman Comer has been really great about that. You saw the findings that we had with the Ukrainian business dealings, ironically enough, with Hunter Biden and Burisma and all of that other stuff. So I think that there'll be something to come of it. But the fact is that these people should not be getting off the way that they are. And I think based on what we're being told I think that the guy was likely foreign intelligence of some form, definitely gathering information, total pervert, total terrible person. But, the way, I don't know about you, but I don't have many friends that
I love that happened as well. President Trump sues Wall Street Journal for releasing whatever that letter is that he's saying is not accurate for $10 billion. Wall Street Journal's lawyers come to the president just yesterday.
Are they settling?
Asking to please dismiss it. Trump goes to his lawyers and says, no, we're not settling.
Yeah, you shouldn't. It's slander.
Right. Go back and let's get to the bottom of this. So this is probably not a good look for Wall Street Journal. And this just shows that Trump is sitting there saying, hey, if you think this is real, so the market can look at this and say, President Trump's not worried about discovery. Holy shit. So maybe that's not real. This is not a good look for Wall Street Journal that they're coming wanting to dismiss this to be done with. So did anybody call you, tell you, leave Epstein alone?
I definitely got chirped at, but I also too know that at the end of the day, I have to be able to answer for my decisions in Congress to God. And so I will continue to push for transparency on that. And I, to be clear, have been the only member of Congress that did it.
Did
even
Pam
before
Bondi call you, tell you, leave this one alone?
No, Pam Bondi did not call me.
Okay.
But it is interesting that when this became politically convenient, how it quickly was aimed to smear the president, when in actuality, he was probably the cleanest politician involved in all this. And not involved in the sense that he was directly, but related to it.
If
What's up, everybody? So, people have been asking me about this, and I figured I might as well just tell you like my opinion. But one thing I do know is specifically Washington and its quadrants represent the jurisdictional mechanisms of law that are inside the United States. Okay? That's why it's the people's house, stuff like that. Okay? So I want to explain the East Wing because I see all this garbage and the propaganda. First of all, stop watching the news. That is entertainment like WWE wrestling. It's entertainment. Stop watching the news. It's crap. They are keeping the public dumb at bay. That's literally what they are. They're not good for anything else. They don't do anything else. Okay? So, second, the East Wing. Why is the East Wing getting demolished? The East Wing is getting demolished because they have to make room and the jurisdiction has changed. And that building, so they're going on about how big the building is and blah, 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 blah. No. The ballroom is actually the place where the 1st Infantry Division has to have formation when they return to the White House, the People's House. The People's House is an equity law, and that's where the 1st Infantry Division has to be stationed. Okay? Returning the People's House to the military. Okay? There is if you look on the other side, if you look at Google Maps, there's actually behind the executive office, there's a monument to the 1st Infantry Division, and there's actually a flower garden with this red 1 in the middle of it. Because the big red 1, the big red American 1, has to have jurisdiction over the White House grounds. Okay? So that's why they're demolishing the East Wing and they're putting in this grand ballroom. This grand ballroom is so the 1st Infantry Division can have formation inside that space. And it's also because more than likely the Treasury building that's on the White House grounds is going to be where the 1st Infantry Division is housed. And they're going to move the Treasury to the new remodeled Federal Reserve building. Since the Federal Reserve has been put inside Treasury, Treasury will occupy the space of the Federal Reserve building, and the Federal Reserve will be under or underneath the U.S. Treasury at the new Treasury building, which is between Lincoln, the Lincoln Memorial, and the White House. Okay, so that's why the ballroom is being put in, because the East is no longer separated by a corridor. The equity has returned to the people, and when equity returns to the people, the ballroom has to be attached to the White House because that's where the 1st Infantry Division is. Okay? So that's what's going on. And that's why they have to demolish it, because it has to represent how our law is set up. Secondly, if you look in the ellipse down below of the White House, there's actually like a road that kind of goes up and then stops. And there's another road. Those are the separate law jurisdictions of the South Lawn that are coming out of the Organization of American States on the farthest south, and the Constitutional Hall, which is where the Daughters of the American Revolution is, and then the Red Cross building, where the veterans basically in the Red Cross, okay? So, or the Armed Forces of the United States, Red Cross occupied that circle, which is called the ellipse. So, but those are going to start building out. They'll probably put a monument there or something there to remember, for us to remember that that's what goes there and that's why it's there. Because that's how this works. Everything is a representation, a symbolic representation. None of this stuff is random. Okay? So, I hope that explains it. God bless and Godspeed.
Sir, a memo circulating on social media details the establishment of a National Guard response force that's going to be trained in crowd control and civil unrest and deployed in all 50 states by April of 2026. Can you verify the authenticity of that memo, and do you have any more information on the operations?
I'm not going to answer particulars on something that may be in the planning process, but we definitely do have multiple layers of National Guard response forces, whether it's in each state, whether it's regionally, whether it's Title 10 active duty, whether it's Washington, D.C. We've got a lot of different ways that constitutionally and legally we can employ Title 10 and Title 32 forces, and we will do so when necessary.
Breaking news that's taking over headlines. A billionaire just stepped in to do what Washington couldn't. Meet Timothy Mellon, the mysterious heir to one of America's richest banking dynasties, now revealed as the man who gave a staggering $130 million to make sure U.S. soldiers got paid during the government shutdown. While politicians argued and paychecks were about to stop, Mellon quietly wired the money through the Defense Department's donation program, covering troop salaries and preventing thousands of military families from missing income. President Trump praised him as a great American who loves his country and loves our troops. And supporters online are calling it one of the boldest acts of patriotism in years. Timothy Mellon, known for keeping a low profile, has long backed causes focused on border security, veterans, and economic growth. His donation doesn't just show wealth, it shows conviction, the belief that America's defenders should never go unpaid, no matter how bad Washington's gridlock gets. Critics say it sets a risky precedent, but for millions watching, it's a reminder that when leaders fail, patriots step up. $130 million. One man, one message. America takes care of its own.
That cat just stole a 12-pack.
And so if you look at it with clear eyes, backward for the last 10 years, Donald Trump's real battle has not been against Democrats. It's been against Republicans. Donald Trump was not a Republican before he ran for president. He was a Democrat or an independent or a frequent talk show guest or a beauty pageant host or whatever, but he was not a Republican. And so his real battle was then and is now against the Republican Party. And the existing players in that party hated all five pillars, all five.
Categories are, that's a globalist. Next up, 9/11, followed by famous fentanyl overdose deaths. Then we've got It's a Man Baby. Finally, we've got What a Fag. Notice F-A-G is in quotations there. Don, we'll start with you.
Let's try fag for $400, Alex.
Harry Sisson, an online content creator.
What is a massive fucking faggot?
That's it. Don, you've got the board.
Let's go fag for $600, Alex.
California Governor Gavin Newsom.
What is a total fag?
Oh, so close, but not quite there. Yes, Alex?
What is a raging faggot?
Raging indeed. Alex, go ahead and choose the next category.
Let's do famous fentanyl overdose deaths for 1,000.
Hey, that's not a real $20 bill. This random criminal became the face of a George Soros color revolution in 2020.
Who is St. Floyd?
I'm checking with the judges, and yes, St. Floyd or George Floyd both work here. Alex, next category, please.
Let's go with It's a Man Baby for 1,000.
Daily double. Alex, what would you like to wager on this one?
So let's make it a true daily double, Alex.
This former First Lady is built like a linebacker, and many have suggested she is actually a he.
Oh boy, who is Big Mike?
Big Mike or Michelle Obama. Absolute pythons for arms, and maybe one in her pants as well. Alex, you've got control. Go ahead.
That is the concern about this hurricane, this slow-moving catastrophe that will unfold in this island nation over the coming days. This will be a long-duration event that has the potential to drop months' worth of rain in a matter of a couple of days, and that will most certainly lead to catastrophic flash flooding, landslides, mudslides. On top of that, we have the potential, according to the National Hurricane Center, to experience hurricane-force winds in excess of 24 hours. Imagine that, a whole day of winds in excess of 75 miles per hour. That is just so intense. It doesn't give any of the residents here any time to come out and assess damage, assess the situation, and try to recover. It is going to be this long-duration rain and wind event and storm surge event that could isolate this island nation of 3 million people for several days, with the National Hurricane Center warning of communities being isolated because of the heavy rain and flash flooding for days.
Here, full permission was finally granted to Ukraine to use Western missiles inside Russian territory. The Ukrainian armed forces had a priority target list and started immediately by striking one of the most important drivers of the Russian war machine. The night sky over Bryansk lit up with explosions as Ukraine's Storm Shadow missiles cut through Russian air defenses. Ukraine's Air Force, in coordination with land and naval forces, launched a combined strike with the drones saturating the air and depleting the enemy air defense as Storm Shadow broke through in surprise, while the Russians were still unaware of the lifted restrictions. The main target was the Bryansk chemical plant, one of the cornerstones of Russia's military-industrial complex, producing propellants, explosives, and components for Katyusha H-59 and other missiles used against Ukrainian cities.
There are two awakenings going on the planet right now, and I'll make this short. The first one is awakening within the 3D reality. And I've seen a lot of videos on TikTok lately, and they're great. And they're really exposing a lot of the things that are going on. We know we've been lied to forever. We know we've been lied to politically. We know we've been lied to by religion. We know we've been lied to by darn near anything that anybody has said that's in power back in the Kennedy assassination days. Was the moon landing real? What is really going on the planet? How many amazing technologies are being kept from us that really exist? The ET disclosure that really hasn't happened yet on a broad scale. So much is being kept to us and from us. And a lot of people are really waking up to that. It's exciting. And TikTok is one of the most amazing platforms for that, because it has allowed people to come forth and actually say what they think and have free speech about it. That's fantastic. But the thing that I notice about these videos is there's an anger, there's a frustration, there's a discouragement. I feel all that as well. But it's an awakening within a 3D construct. The videos that I see of people that are describing the same things, but are waking up in a little bit of a different way, they're awakening out of the 3D construct. They're looking at the things that are happening as being necessary as the light exposes the darkness. Now it's exposing a heck of a lot of it all at once. So that's really hard to go through. I mean, it sucks, like, to put it bluntly, right? But if you're waking up in the 3D reality and that's all you feel that there is, there's going to be a tremendous amount of fear and anger and frustration and disorientation and just like, what are we going to do? And because everybody has lied to us. And we're going to be focusing a lot on who's lied to us. And they're the problem, and that's the thing. And if we could fix that, and we're going to do this. But if we're awakening out of the 3D reality into more of a 4D way of being, a higher resonance collectively and individually, a higher vibration, if we're really rising up and we realize that that which is going on now is just the light revealing the darkness, like if you have a very dirty vase, mucky, yucky water, right? Old flowers were in it, you throw the flowers out and you get this vase. Well, at least all the muck is contained. But if you put that under a faucet and you pour in a bunch of clear, beautiful water, it's going to pour out all that muck and it's going to distribute it and it's going to disrupt it and it's going to go all over the place. And it's going to be very obvious that there's a lot of muck in there, right? But eventually, that clear water is going to replace all of that mucky water. The mucky water is all going to be gone. The vase will only contain beautiful, clear water. Now, my feeling is that that's what's going on. And it's going on at an exponential rate. And those that are awakening with that in mind, awakening out of the 3D construct into more of a 4D way of looking at things, a higher vibration way of looking at things, those are the ones that see that the answer isn't in the 3D construct. The ones that are waking up within the 3D construct and are still looking for the answers within the 3D construct and spending a lot of time and energy on the people that have lied to us and all the stuff that's been, all this kind. That's a tough energy to maintain. So my feeling is just to describe those two awakenings that are going on, because I see a lot of videos on TikTok and I definitely see a difference in the waking up within the 3D construct and the awakening out of the 3D construct. Tell me what you think in the comments.
So it seems like somebody's lying. New footage has been circulating showing Turning Point's chief of staff, Mikey McCoy's odd reaction right after Charlie Kirk got shot. Right after Charlie Kirk got shot, Mikey McCoy can be seen plugging his ears and instantly turning around and walking away slowly. People are noticing that he's on a cell phone talking to somebody. And this is kind of odd because everybody else around there is running and ducking for cover. And so it begs the question, who was Mikey talking to on the cell phone? Mikey's father, Pastor Rob McCoy, claims that Mikey called him right after Charlie got shot. Take a listen.
I'm looking at my son who's 24 years old. Justin's the CFO, chief financial officer, and Mikey's the chief of staff. And I'm watching, the minute Charlie was shot, he called me, says, "Dad, Charlie's been shot in the neck. Please call every pastor and pray." I said, "Okay, son." He has wits about him. He was just directing. He had blood all over him. And
Pastor Rob McCoy also claims that Mikey is covered in blood. But that's odd because Mikey quickly turned and walked away without even looking underneath the tent to see if Charlie was okay. According to James Lee's investigation, Mikey McCoy called Erica Kirk, and this is per the New York Times. Check this out.
Who was he calling? Well, I did some digging, and according to the New York Times, it was one Erica Kirk. Quote, Miss Kirk was sitting in her mother's hospital room at 11:23 a.m. local time in Phoenix when she saw the number of her husband's longtime assistant, Michael McCoy, appear on her phone. In retrospect, she said she knew the words, "He's been shot," before Mr. McCoy screamed them. According to official records, Charlie Kirk was shot at 12:23 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 11:23 in Phoenix. So if the New York Times is being 100% accurate, the only person that Mikey could have been on the phone with is Erica.
So who was Mikey McCoy really talking to? And why did he just walk away so calmly right after his friend got shot?
A lot of people are still curious to know what happened with Charlie.
Yeah, I think that in the trial, I think it's going to be publicly televised. That's what I'm hearing. I think the evidence will come out then. I think that they should release after the trial's over all the evidence, because at least what I found in the assassination of Kennedy, King, and RFK, the evidence speaks for itself, and then people can decide. But you know, I'm skeptical to weigh in because I just don't know all the facts yet. But what I will also say is that the family has, to my knowledge, not been able to say anything yet either, because they're worried that the defense might use it in their case to try to plead innocence. And so
early in Obama's administration, when Vice President Biden was visiting Israel, they announced the construction of new settlements, much to the chagrin of the Obama administration. But, you know, it was very interesting timing, because in my conversation with President Trump, I asked, you know, what would be the consequences if Netanyahu capitulated to the extremists in his coalition who want to annex the West Bank? These are people like Itamar Ben-Gvir, Bezalel Smotrich.
Guys in his cabinet.
Guys in his cabinet who he let in order to form a government. And Trump said to me, that will not happen. I gave my word to the Arab countries that will not happen. And then critically, he said Israel would lose all of its support from the United States if that happened. That was quite a direct statement.
No, dude, that's just not a scoop. That's a bombshell, because he's giving it to him with both barrels right there. Netanyahu don't mess around with that. Now, listen, I've never been a two-state guy, but you essentially have a two-state. You have Qatar financing it. You got 2 million Palestinians going to stay. And Turkey's going to be the security, essentially guarantor, the organizer of the UAE troops and the Egyptian troops and with maybe some Saudi troops. So you're going to have Arab Legion there, overseen by the Turks. Except Netanyahu says yesterday, when he's there with JD, the Times of Israel's got a, quite frankly, brutal story. I put it up on Getter. He goes, you know, I haven't made, you know, this is Netanyahu. He says, I haven't determined what role Turkey's going to have. We're like, what?
That's absolutely correct. 1,000%. MAGA. Let's take that acronym. There's only one country in MAGA, and it's America. And I can tell you right now, I want to expand on how much Republicans hate Donald Trump. I became a member of Congress in January of 2021. I had only been sworn in for 3 full days when January 6th happened. And I can tell you firsthand, every single Republican there in Congress literally turned their back on Donald Trump after January 6th. And he didn't even do it. He had nothing to do with what happened that day. He didn't cause it. It was, you know, it was a Fedsurrection. Antifa was involved. And then many of these poor people got swept up and went into the Capitol. And it was myself, Matt Gaetz, and a few others. We were the only ones that stayed, you know, said that he's our president. He's the leader of the Republican Party. The American people will not abandon him. I did not abandon him. As a matter of fact, I fought my own Republican colleagues for years, literally years, until he finally won the primary in 2024. That was when they literally begrudgingly started saying, okay, I support Donald Trump. He's our nominee. And they still hated him. They absolutely hated him.
Where we see, for example, immigration in Europe and what Biden tried to do in the US as crazy. You know, I actually have a theory about this. I believe that Biden wanted Democrats to stay in power forever. So what he did, he figured out immigrants, criminals, and transgender, they vote Democrats. So then he increased the number of criminals, he increased the number of immigrants, and there was a huge transgender spike, which is, by the way, now coming down, returned to normalcy during his era.
Turned to reality.
All of that was to stay in power. All of those things that Russia is tough on and Europe is not tough on. So I think another thing we see is, for example, Europe with allowing illegal immigration, with allowing lots of woke policy. J.D. Vance said it's basically a suicide of European civilization. Yes. And we also see it very similarly. So to summarize, I think we all care about our families, We all care about education of our children. We all care about having good economy, good growth, and we are much more similar. And what happened during Biden administration, and actually started with Obama, Russiagate, is that Russiagate tried to vilify President Trump, tried to vilify Russia. And from that time, Russia became like really bad in the people's minds in the US. But more and more conservatives understand that those were fake, not true narratives.
Well, Kristen, it's unfortunate. As much as I like you, you like to cherry pick. So, when we came in, it was eggflation. Egg prices are down, gasoline prices are down. Overall, the inflation since President Trump has come in, has come down. We inherited this terrible affordability crisis from the Biden administration. The first thing we had to do was get it under control. And this month's inflation number was actually below the consensus number. If we look at core inflation, it was 0.2%, which was the lowest it's been in a long time. Rents are coming down. So, Kristen, you don't get to cherry pick. Inflation is a composite number, and I am confident that in the coming months, inflation is going to come down.
Okay, so we just got the list in of who are the private donors for the White House ballroom. So here's who we have. Amazon. So now I have to cancel Amazon because now I can't watch Thursday Night Football or have my Prime orders. Apple. Now I have to get rid of my phone, so I probably won't be making videos very much longer. Let's see. Coinbase, Comcast. Now I have to use an antenna. I have to use an antenna to watch TV. Google. So now I pretty much can't have an Android phone or an Apple phone. Guess it's going to the what? Just let me read this off and I'll be fucking done. Meta. So pretty much I can't use TikTok or Facebook. Oh my God. T-Mobile. Microsoft. Everything I use at work. So now I'm going to have to quit my job. Oh my God. We have to cancel everything now.
Why does Trump's granddaughter Kai always appear in public with no makeup and messy hair? To surpass Barron, she has paid 3 heavy prices. Have you noticed? Kai looks nothing like a wealthy heiress. Her style is plain, even a little careless, especially when she's standing next to the polished and glamorous Emma. First to win Donald Trump's approval, Kai lives an extremely frugal life and never buys luxury goods. Even at important events, the dresses she wears cost no more than $59. While her casual style may seem out of place, it's this very authenticity and modesty that has earned her strong admiration from fans. Second, she has almost completely given up her personal career, devoting all her energy to family affairs. She frequently accompanies Trump to major events and business gatherings. This loyalty has made Trump especially fond of her and gradually secured her place within the family. Lastly, to avoid any behavior that might spark controversy, Kai has nearly sacrificed her romantic and social life. Her father, Donald Trump Jr., imposed strict rules that have almost stripped away her personal freedom. In exchange for status within the Trump family, she gave up so much of herself. Do you think these sacrifices were worth it?
Donald Trump is completely out of control. Last time I saw him, I told him he's not the tough guy he thinks he is. And he just said, Gavin Newsom, you burned down your state, you moved like a retard, and my son did your wife. And then he just kept walking. I mean, what the hell?
All right, just a small piece.
And then you gave him 2 pickles. 2. Do you think that's funny? Because my son doesn't eat pickles, okay? And I drove 15 minutes. Oh my. Oh yeah, I said no pickles. Look at this. There are pickles right here on it. I asked for no pickles. I don't have time to sit here and wait for another one. No, I get that you're sorry, but I have to get back to work. I can't wait in line.
Milk latte drinking, avocado toast.
You hate cops just because of the cops? The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. Somebody at the White House has been smoking the devil's lettuce, okay? Many people also called Noah crazy. And then the rains came. and all the fact checkers died. You have to persevere. God created the world, but everything else is made in China. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Republicans aren't perfect, but the other side is crazy. I don't agree with what a president or Congress has done. You know, if they disagree, I'm sorry. Fill out a hurt feelings report, buy a comfort rock, but they can't just. I don't know why we have to give money to countries that hate us. They should be able to hate us for free.
Soul. God bless you, Patriots, and welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. Pepe Batman's still blocking me. It's good to see you guys. Happy Monday. As good as a Monday can be. You know, they say there's supposed to be a lot happen this week. This is like for all the marbles type of thing. I know Nino sort of talked about that video earlier today, if you saw his episode, that Juan had sent out to everyone. And it really does tie into some news lately, and it might just be a good view into what's going to come in the next few days or so. I think it's the next few days. I could be wrong, but let's take a look at it all. And you know, it's not just that, it's a lot of things adding up. You got the Q posts, the Q deltas, the timing, how everything's moving, where President Trump is right now. And I think it's important to look at all of it. Starting with this post. Then suddenly God said at the end of October, on the one day that they call Halloween, a very strange occurrence shall take place in this nation, and the people shall be afraid, and then suddenly the mourning shall be turned into dancing. Fear and trembling shall be turned into shouts of praise. The Lord has brought this to pass. No one can stop it. The greatest harvest that America has ever seen is about to begin, says the Spirit of the Lord. And that's one of Kim Clement's prophecies, I suppose you'd say. And who knows, you know, there are interesting things happening. He talked about all kinds of cool things at this time period. Volcanoes, earthquakes, every one of them's in the news this week already, so looking at a couple things, President Trump is still out of the country, hopping around. I think he's in Japan right now, maybe. The dealmaker-in-chief, Vietnam, will provide preferential market access for substantially all U.S. industrial and agricultural exports. He's made deal with all these big countries over there. I suppose Vietnam's not super big, but he's keeping busy. Thailand will eliminate barriers on 99% of U.S. industrial and agricultural products. U.S. and Cambodia, elimination of those tariffs. And I think they're working to eliminate the China tariffs, if I'm not mistaken, which is where he's supposed to be heading soon. And Malaysia provides preferential market access for U.S. exporters. It's really good. It's just all good for business. A lot of wins there. Committing to refrain from banning or imposing quotas on exports. Committing to refrain from imposing digital service taxes that discriminate against U.S. companies. It's kind of boring talk. I know, but we'll move past it. We got a lot of other stuff to look at. I think they shared this on Juan O'Sullivan's page. It's pretty amazing. This is the ethnicity of people that receive SNAP food benefits in the United States. And if you see white people's down there, at the very bottom three at 8.6%. Up at the top, Afghan people. Isn't that wild? Somalis, Iraqis, people from the Dominican Republic and the Caribbean. You got Native Americans, which is good at least. Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Native or African Americans, Arabs. I mean, it just, you can see it goes on and on and on. We're at the very, very bottom of it. And I mean, I suppose the people paying for it, you might just flip that thing upside down, right? Something like that. It's crazy. So I don't know. We'll see. Food stamps are about to stop for people. I know they don't call it food stamps anymore, but I'll show you a couple of awesome posts by Trump. Really great posts. After winning 3 elections by a lot, I'm now getting the best polling numbers that I've ever received. People see how strong the economy is. Trillions of dollars of investment pouring into our country. The record-setting strong border. Ending 8 wars in 8 months. No, the general things he says. Talking about fake ads. The new Kennedy Center columns, beautifully painted in a luxuriant white enamel color, replacing the fake-looking gold paint that was there for years. I mean, I think these are cool posts. It's not my favorite, though. My favorite's in the Oval Office, getting ready to leave our imprint on the world. Make America great again. I think that says it all right there. All right, coming to a couple things, and now I'll talk more about this movie and where I think things are going. 9-year anniversary when Trump opened his D.C. clock tower in 2016. 40-year anniversary, the first time Marty time traveled. That was yesterday. I was not here yesterday. That's the movie, House of Dynamite, and what it's basically about, and it's on Netflix, so I was surprised they were sharing it, but that's where it was. And there's a lot of interesting little things in there. Even the nuclear codes the president uses in the movie, I think, were coded, so we'll talk about it. What happened is there's suddenly a nuclear missile heading for the United States, and we've been hacked or something. They can't track where it came from. And when they shoot ground missiles at it, they can't hit it. And it's heading for Chicago. And it's the entirety of the movie takes place over like a 30-minute time period, but you get different perspectives of like the president and what the like Stratcom's doing, but it's wild. It's reminiscent of The Day After, which was the made-for-TV movie in the 80s that was supposed to scare people about nuclear war. It's sort of like that, really. It's sort of meant to frighten people. And they're trying to figure out what to do the whole time. And the president's trying to figure out, do I try and shoot our enemies? Do I do nothing? Because they don't know where it's coming from. And they're talking about Russia and North Korea specifically in the movie. And so I want to point out how it ties into things happening now. And that's the president. It's funny because the president's asking the young guy that holds the nuclear football kind of like what he would do. Like, do I strike? Do I just blindly start firing our nukes at people type of thing? And so tying it in a few things. Number one, Putin is meeting with the North Korean foreign minister in Moscow on Monday. I assume that's today now. And they successfully tested new nuclear-capable cruise missiles that they're saying are indestructible. And you gotta understand, this is all just prepping for the show, but that's the point of all this. So keep in mind, I'll show you where it's going.
Russian President Vladimir Putin held a meeting with North Korean Foreign Minister Cho Sun-hui at the Kremlin on Monday. According to Associated Press, Putin asked Cho to convey his greetings to North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. "We had a detailed discussion in Beijing about our relations and development prospects. Everything is going according to plan," he added. Cho also met with Russian foreign...
Not a big deal, meeting with North Korea, getting there.
All right, we begin with some breaking news just coming in. Russia has tested a new nuclear-capable, nuclear-powered cruise missile named the Burevestnik. According to the Russia's top general, the missile traveled 14,000 kilometers and was in the air for about 15 hours. Now, the missile, dubbed the SSC X-9 Skyfall by NATO, it's nuclear-powered, nuclear-capable, and pretty much virtually unstoppable. Putin has said that the 9M730 Burevestnik missile is invincible to current and future missile defenses with an almost unlimited range and
Skyfall. What's funny is the president's nuclear code in the movie was NDO 1117. I don't think anyone picked up on that, but it's in a lot of Trump posts lately, and we'll look at that too. Let me get that off the screen. Looking at Russia real quick here. Where am I? And a couple things going on right now. This was from last year. This was a group that burned down a place in London that was storing weapons that were supposed to go to Ukraine. And they connected it to this Russian group and talked about sabotage. And I bring it up now, and I think they just prosecuted a few of these guys. The same thing's sort of happening in Russia. They're getting sabotaged in Russia right now. You got people burning things down, and I think I have a video.
A shadow war is unfolding across Europe, fought far from any conventional battlefield. It's being waged through drones in our skies, arson in our streets, and cyber attacks in our systems, exposing Russia's covert campaign of sabotage aimed at friction, fear, and fracture. The aim to weaken our democracies and pull Europe away from Ukraine.
That was supposed to be a bridge going into Russia. And of course, Kirill Dmitriev, who's a special envoy to President Putin, I'm going to be meeting with him. And he had actually posted about this. But the reason I'm doing that is because, again, our job should be first and foremost to advocate for peace.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, so this is...
bridge, that's the picture right there, right? Between Alaska and Russia.
Yep.
Which, by the way, I think I've heard Trump bring this up recently, that we should have...
It was a question that was brought up, I think, in the Oval. They asked him about it. And I think the question was, would Elon Musk use Boring Company to do a tunnel? Which I think that if there's the potential for trade, you're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar trade deal. I think one of the few companies that actually currently sells in Russia is the Mars company.
So I was just saying, sorry about that. Kirill Dmitriev's been in the news lately, and him and Anna Paulina Luna are getting ready to meet soon, Putin's special envoy. And she's had a lot of things to say. If you happen to see this interview at all, she said a ton of stuff in this interview. House of Dynamite, Clara. So I want to talk about this post first of all, because I've talked about this a while back. It says, Ilhan Omar savagely defended President Trump while in the EU against an asshole who was attacking him. She's also working with Anna Paulina Luna to repeal the Patriot Act. I told you guys a while back I thought she was a white hat. Isn't that wild? Like the white hats, undercover white hats, they exist. You never would have thought, would you? But a lot of signs point to that. I think I got a clip of this.
I actually was on a delegation to the EU with the House Democracy Partnership Institute, and she was on that delegation. And there was a member from Belgium that was there who was a total asshole, okay? He was saying, you know, your Congress isn't respected by your own president. He doesn't respect you guys. You guys are basically a joke. He was telling this to our delegation. Sure. And so I was kind of sparring with the guy. And then Ilhan spoke after me. She was sitting, I think, like 2 seats to my left. And Andy Ogles was there, Vern Buchanan, a few others. And she goes, and this blew me away. She goes, and she looks at the guy, she goes, you might not like what our president is doing, and you might not agree with our foreign policy, but when we're here, you will respect our president. She was talking about Trump.
Stop it.
And so that's why I say interesting, because like when we fight together, right, and like there's always this push and pull in politics, and politics is messy. But I didn't expect that being on a delegation with a foreign government, but she said that. And I think at that point in time when you have...
What do you guys think of that? Do you think it's a possibility even? Something to look at. And I have to mention, she also talked about Netanyahu, and I know people have been talking about this already a little bit, about annexing the West Bank and that Israel would lose our support if they tried to do something like that, which we've talked about a few times. She also says dual citizens should be banned from serving in Congress, which a lot of other people are fighting for. Gotta agree with that. There's people fighting against it too, like Mr. Ted Cruz. We'll look at that. I found something interesting about everything going on down here, starting with the earthquakes down in the Caribbean, and right where these warships and subs are, and someone thought maybe it was connected it, and I've got that video.
A U.S. warship has docked in Trinidad and Tobago. This is a neighboring country to Venezuela. The Trump administration is ramping up military pressure in the region, striking 10 alleged drug boats since September. On Face the Nation...
Yeah, that's not the video I was looking for, but... Oh, yeah. There's earthquakes in Turkey today, too. Thought I'd point that out, but... I think it's this one.
The United States and Trinidad and Tobago are carrying out joint military exercises in the Caribbean. This follows the arrival of the U.S. Navy destroyer USS Gravely in Port of Spain on Sunday for training with the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. The U.S. Embassy in Trinidad and Tobago said in a statement that the ship would moor in Port of Spain until October 30 as, quote, part of the long-standing cooperation between the United States and Trinidad and Tobago. Venezuela on Sunday condemned the exercises as a military provocation by neighboring Trinidad and Tobago, coordinated with the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency and aimed at spurring a full military confrontation with the Latin American nation. Venezuelan officials said they had captured a group of mercenaries with, quote,
and this morning we have a series of big earthquakes striking in the Caribbean.
This is the video I was looking for. See how unorganized I am today.
This is Dabu 7, and this morning we have a series of big earthquakes striking in the Caribbean, very close to Venezuela. And it just so happens to be exactly where our U.S. military is positioned. You can see here on the map on the right, this is a rough estimate on where they're floating around out in the water, but you can see that they have the submarine itself off here on the east side of the islands. This is exactly the exact position where this earthquake swarm broke loose. For what it's worth, I don't know if it's connected to the military, but we don't normally see big quakes out here in this area. If we're going to see any activity, it's going to be more up toward Port-au-Prince, Cuba, and around a 4 to 5 magnitude range, not upwards 6.5 to 7 in magnitude. This is a strong and very shallow quake swarm hitting in this area. You know, the first thing that jumped out at me was U.S. military is parked there and they've got a lot of assets in this region. So if it was going to affect anyone, it would affect them. Not saying that it did. We have no reports from the military saying anything about this. I'm not so sure that they would say anything.
I thought it was interesting having, not that long ago either way. It's also where the hurricane is, and Guantanamo's in the area, all that good stuff. A lot of other stuff going on down there. We'll look at it. We'll get to it. Talk about the hurricane briefly. Jamaica's prime minister warns of mass devastation from the approaching Hurricane Melissa that blew up to a Category 5 like they said it would.
Right now, we're tracking Hurricane Melissa, the powerful storm. It's inching towards Jamaica. At this moment, it's a Category 5. That means it's likely to bring life-threatening and catastrophic damage. It is expected to make landfall in Jamaica tonight or early tomorrow. CBS News' Bradley Blackburn is here with me in studio with all the details. Good morning, Bradley.
Errol, good morning. Overnight, the National Hurricane Center paid more attention to this storm, warning again that it is likely to cause life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding and landslides in parts of Jamaica and southern Hispaniola. Here's a closer look at the storm's track. Forecasters.
I suppose I did not mention my real point behind the movie, but they talk about a nuclear standoff type thing. That's sort of what's going on in the movie, but it's more like spur of the moment, happening quick, don't know what to do. It's sort of like what they talk about is supposed to come, and you've got Halloween and the first 2 Q posts come up tomorrow. So I don't know. I think they're trying to point out something. You know how that goes. Maybe we'll see the standoff. But for those of you in the Caribbean, I guess you got to handle this. The good news is it's not gonna come anywhere near the U.S. as far as I can tell.
Expect Jamaica will see the worst of it tonight. That's when hurricane conditions will reach the island. There are hurricane warnings in place for Jamaica and eastern Cuba, and parts of Haiti are under tropical storm warnings. Now, here's some video shot yesterday in Kingston, Jamaica's capital. You can already see the effects of the storm with strong winds and some decent-sized waves there in the ocean. And this is video from Montego Bay yesterday on the opposite side of the island. People there were...
Isn't it wild, though? Everything in the area, the earthquakes, the hurricanes, the military troops, all at one time. Senator Lindsey Graham says Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro will soon be removed from power. I don't know how much faith you can put into something said by Mr. Lindsey Graham, so... Looking at this for a second, Timothy Mellon, the reclusive billionaire and major financial backer of President Trump. People are pointing it out, and MJ Truth was saying that, maybe it's just a bullshit story like we've been seeing lately, where a few days later they turn around and say, that wasn't true, right? It's been happening a lot lately. But, truth being, I've actually never heard of the guy.
Billionaire backer of President Donald Trump, Timothy Mellon, is reportedly the mysterious donor who made a $130 million donation to help pay U.S. troops during the government shutdown. Trump announced the donation but declined to name the donor, calling him a patriot and a friend. Pentagon chief spokesperson Sean Parnell said, quote, "The donation was made on the condition that it be used to offset the cost of service members' salaries and benefits." This would not be Mellon's first major donation involving the president. Mellon, a wealthy banking heir and railroad magnate, donated $125 million to the super PAC Make America Great Again Incorporated in the 2024 election cycle. In total for the 2024 cycle, the longtime GOP donor donated $165 million. The $130 million donated during the government shutdown is a small fraction of the roughly $7.5 billion the Pentagon pays every 2 weeks for soldiers' salaries, covering less than a day's wages. The donation comes after Trump diverted money earlier this month to pay the 1.3 million active service members who were at risk of missing a paycheck.
It doesn't matter. Either way, they're going to try and make Trump look bad if they can. And I don't know if there's anything bad about this guy. If there is, I'm sure they'll try and dig it up, But anyway, Governor Newsom is refusing to stop issuing commercial driver's licenses to undocumented immigrants. In response, Sean Duffy is withdrawing $160 million in federal funding from California and is considering revoking the state's authority to even issue CDLs in general.
He's refused to comply with the rules that have come from DOT, which is stop issuing these licenses, number one. And number two, go back and review all the licenses that you have issued and make sure it's been done legally. Gavin Newsom has said no. So, one, I'm about to pull $160 million from California. And as we pull more money, we also have the option of pulling California's ability to issue commercial driver's licenses. Gavin Newsom cares more about illegals getting commercial driver's licenses than he does the citizens of his own state and the safety of Americans. It's shameful. He's been lying about what he's been doing.
Number one, it's jobs that Americans could have. And number two, it's weaponized. It's weaponized semi-trucks again. They're like gigantic missiles going down the interstate ready to kill people. Trump posted this. I'm not going to talk a lot about this, but if you're looking for, it's seriously big though. And I told you the families they took down were like some of the biggest mob families on the planet. And if you watch Melissa Redpill, she did a great video about this today. Really good video going over the families and Giuliani's role and Trump's role all the way back, 40, 50 years ago. Pretty fascinating, really. Makes you take a different look at Trump's involvement and how long all this has really been going on. Marjorie Taylor Greene says the $40 billion bailout for Argentina is probably one of the grossest things she's ever seen. And she has no idea who is telling our great American president that this is a good idea, saying it's a punch in the gut to all of our American cattle ranchers. And, the thing is, it must have worked because he said they wouldn't get it if they didn't elect Javier Milei, which he did win, so there's that.
It's a landslide victory compared to expectations. We've been hearing from US President Donald Trump on Air Force One, telling reporters that Milei had a lot of support from him. So how much was it down to Trump's support?
Well, certainly what we see from the result of this vote is that Argentine voters are certainly in favor of the economic overhauls that Javier Milei has been proposing since he entered Argentina's political scene. What we also saw over the past few weeks was that there was volatility in the currency, and that's where US President Donald Trump and his government has stepped in to shore up the currency and to also bolster support by promising a swap and a possible credit line.
This is huge for bringing about change in South America. Someday you'll realize how historic that moment really is for that continent in particular. So, I kind of know that Queen Mother of Thailand had just passed away. Interestingly, though, people are putting together all these posts and things and trying to figure out where Trump's going and at. And it just reminds you of this post about the time that the storm is supposed to start, or whatever you want to call it. That POTUS will be well insulated on Air Force One and abroad, specific locations classified, while these operations are conducted due to the nature of the entrenchment. It's time to take back our country and make America great again. Let us salute and pray for the brave men and women in uniform who will undertake this assignment to bring forth peace, unity, and return power to the people. I'm telling you, it's similar to how the movie will go in some way. It'll probably have Russia involved. And if you know that it's just a bunch of, well, I don't want to say it's a bunch of crap, but it's meant to wake people up around the world, bring about change, awakening. I mean, it's happening. People are looking into all kinds of things now. The NBA wakes up a whole different audience. It just keeps going and going, as do the shootings, unfortunately. I know this one happened over the weekend. The Lincoln University shooting.
Back to that breaking news now in Chester County. One person is dead, 6 others are hurt after a mass shooting at Lincoln University. Cell phone video shows chaos on campus as hundreds of people started to run away from the gunfire. This all happened around 9:30 last night during homecoming celebrations. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro shared a statement on his X account. It says in part, quote, "My administration has offered our full support to Lincoln University President Brenda Allen and local law enforcement. Join Lori and me in praying for the Lincoln University community." Our crews have been out on campus all night long. NBC 10's Neil Fisher is there live now this morning. And Neil, this was a terrifying moment on campus last night.
Brennan, Lincoln University's campus is not on lockdown this morning, but it is an active crime scene. We have seen crime scene tape and investigators out here throughout the morning. Now federal, state, and local authorities are investigating this mass shooting.
Don't you guys kind of remember talking about this months ago, or at least a couple months ago, these shootings and them all taking place at universities and colleges and schools? Batman's kind of getting distracting there, isn't he? There we go. Better. I wanted to show you this pose. From what has been set up and what was going to be implemented to control everyone and to be able to track and find you at almost all times, starting with the company that started the process of data collection on a colossal scale on everyone, using the supercomputer that we know as Hammer, the one that was set up at the side of the Black Pyramid in Alaska, which has been taken over by White Hats. The company that was created for the Delta collection and surveillance was Palantir Technologies. As of 2022, this company was also taken over by the White Hats. I was not able to even talk about this until this year. This was created for one reason, that was to collect information, tracking data, and then use for complete control over anything or anyone that was considered a threat, period. This is the access threat that Snowden used and exposed, but they even minimized what he exposed and the extent of the threat they posed to everyone. But now this technology is being used to collect and track the people that were involved in the treasonous coup against our republic and people that are involved in the anarchy we are seeing right now against the rule of law. All meant to be the distraction and chaos in their plot to try and regain control and power back. Don't get caught up in the madness. It's to expose them all, those that are paying and pushing it to the people that are doing the chaos, all cells and sleepers, but do the crime to be charged with the coups that are being exposed to the public. So don't get caught up in the fear-based information being pushed. The deep state is trying to instill. This is not going to be used to go after you. It's going after all of them. They want you to stand up against it to help them in their cover-up and power grab. They've had these systems for years and you just didn't know about it. So, giving you an idea of what that is, and Israel used it somewhat against Hamas, and we talked about it, and how they can use drones to go and take out the target as soon as they track them, and maybe even they were tracking illegals that way. I'll show you this small clip from Batman that Kyle shared.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Beautiful, unethical, dangerous. You've turned every cell phone in Gotham into a microphone.
And a high-frequency generator receiver.
You took my sonar concept and applied it to every phone in the city. With half the city feeding you sonar, you can image all of Gotham. This is wrong.
I've got to find this man, Lucius.
At what cost?
The database is now key encrypted. It can only be accessed by one person.
This is too much power for one person.
That's why I gave it to you. Only you can use it.
Spying on 30 million people isn't part of my job description.
This is an audio sample. If he talks within range of any phone in the city, you can triangulate his position.
I'll help you this one time.
So you might remember that if you've seen that particular Batman movie. It's basically the same concept, pretty damn close, in fact. And you can do a lot with that, and it is an insane amount of power. But in white hat hands, I do believe that very much. I can't remember who shared this. The day America became an empire. Well, you watch TikTok. The United States just executed the greatest economic coup in human history. China controls 80% of rare earth processing, the neurons of every weapon system, smartphone, and AI server on planet Earth. One element, neodymium. Without it, F-35s don't fly, Teslas don't move, data centers go dark. Trump threatened to destroy $300 billion in Chinese exports with 100% tariffs. Beijing responded by threatening to choke the global technology supply chain. Then something impossible happened. The 72-hour checkmate. Malaysia signed a mineral pact on the 24th. Thailand signed a processing deal on the 25th. And the framework was announced by China on the 26th. Hidden in the fine print, $13 billion Australian rare earth processing, Cambodia extraction rights, Japan's 2010 playbook would cut Chinese dependency 30%, now deployed across $350 billion in American AI infrastructure. Trump's basically pulled in all these rare earth minerals all over the dang planet, so they must be very important, and I have a feeling it'll give the United States an incredible bit of power in the future. Looking forward, genius politics. Trump didn't just make a deal, he flipped the global supply chain by moving rare earth control from China to the United States. Allies like Malaysia and Australia secured America's technological future. It's not chaos, it's strategy. While others talk climate, Trump builds economic empires that guarantee strength, independence, and unmatched leverage worldwide. Also, extremely important, Trump's doing amazing things right now. Senate Democrats have now voted 12 times to not fund the food stamp program, also known as Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Bottom line, the wells run dry. At this time, there will be no benefits issued as of November 1st. We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats. They can continue to hold out for health care for illegal aliens. You kind of get the point there. Starts this coming weekend.
The federal government has issued a stark warning to millions of low-income Americans. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, otherwise known as SNAP or food stamps, will see benefits halt on November 1st if the government remains shut down. This program helps 1 in 8 Americans buy groceries. Our business and tech correspondent Maura Barrett is tracking how this will ripple through the economy. And Maura, how vulnerable are particular populations if benefits are delayed or even stopped?
Well, Holly, when you talk about 1 in 8 Americans being enrolled under SNAP or food stamps, that equates to more than 40 million people. And when you look at the breakdown...
You know, the thing is, she says if the shutdown continues, but Trump's not in the country, and he's not gonna be this week, so it's gonna continue, unfortunately. And I don't know. Do you guys see any chance of it stopping this week? I don't see it, but I don't know. I think it's meant to continue at the moment. And then, of course, somebody posted this and said some states are receiving this message saying that President Trump is currently choosing to not issue November SNAP benefits that help you and many families put food on the table. You also may have your benefits further cut starting in November because of changes congressional Republicans and President Trump enacted in the One Big Beautiful Bill. So they're sending that text message around in some states I've seen. It's pretty messed up. In other news, Kamala Harris says she's not done yet. She's got more in her. She might have more energy than I do tonight.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris may go for a second presidential run. In an interview with the BBC, Harris said, quote, "I am not done," after losing last year's election to President Trump. Harris also expressed confidence that America will see a woman in the Oval Office in the future. However, Harris says she has not made a final decision.
Maybe she'll run against Trump. You know, you were all thinking about it. She wasn't the only moron in the news this particular weekend. Joe Biden was out there saying that we're facing dark days, man.
Friends, I can't sugarcoat any of this. These are dark days. But we're one of the only countries in the world that time and again has come out of every crisis we faced stronger than we went into that crisis. Every one. And after half a century of watching this, sometimes move to the brink before finding our true compass again, I still believe we'll emerge as we always have. Stronger, wiser, more resilient, more just. So long as we keep the faith, remember who in God's name we are.
I would contend that putting him in the news after talking about his health issues continuously, that maybe they're going to kill off fake Joe Biden. Just a theory. This awesome video shows the Taal volcano eruption in the Philippines. I think I'll start with this one.
A volcano in the Philippines has erupted, spewing ash and smoke more than 2 kilometres into the air. The Taal volcano on the country's main island of Luzon has a deadly history, and today it caused alarm.
All is calm until this. Ash and smoke fired more than 2 kilometres into the sky above the Taal volcano in the Philippines. This 100 kilometres south of the capital of Manila.
Oh no! Oh my goodness.
Thermal imaging cameras capturing the intense heat of 3 separate blasts. For those far enough away, it was a moment to snapshot. The path to the volcano is popular for hikers. This was 5 years ago, the last major eruption, killing almost 40 people.
It's lava! Whoa! Oh my God!
I should start a series called When to Move. Time to get the hell away from that volcano, right? So Trump happened to mention on the plane about how he had an MRI scan when he did his physical, and I'll show you that. And of course, the news is all over it.
I did. I got an MRI. It was perfect. Yep. I mean, I gave you the full results. We had an MRI, and in the machine, the whole thing. Yeah. And it was perfect. Yeah.
Did you say what in particular?
You could ask the doctors. In fact, we have doctors traveling with us, but I think they gave you a very conclusive. Nobody has ever given you reports like I gave you. And if I didn't think it was going to be good, either I would let you know negatively, I wouldn't run, I'd do something, but the doctor said some of the best reports for the age, some of the best reports they've ever seen.
And like I said, the media spins it.
Kristen, there's also something of an update from the president on his health. He revealed to reporters that he's recently got an MRI. What are we learning about it?
Yeah, I mean, it was this moment on Air Force One where we had asked a number of times, including the last press briefing from the press secretary, what kind of advanced imaging President Trump had gotten during his last trip to Walter Reed. Just a reminder, that had come out as part of the release. And the press secretary said she didn't know. Well, President Trump was directly asked on this plane whether or not he got an MRI, and he said yes, he did. Now, according to him, he said that the results were perfect. Unsurprisingly, it's President Trump. He did not say what the scan was for or why he ended up getting it.
Because they always give it, which they know that, and maybe he just didn't want to tell CNN the results, He's kind of been like, fuck fake news for about a decade now. Just saying. I keep seeing this in the news. Mexican president spoke to Trump about trade talks, but when you go and look for the story, there's nothing. There's nothing about these trade talks. So I'm wondering what she's doing exactly, or what she's trying to make people think, or where it's coming from, what the point is. Maybe something with all the cartel stuff happening. She knows she's going down soon. I don't know, but I've not seen anything to back up that story, but it keeps popping up. They got the, Louvre robbery guys. It took them long enough for thieves that walked out in broad daylight, in my opinion.
After the dramatic theft of crown jewels at the Louvre Museum 1 week ago, 2 suspects have been arrested. The story was first broken by Le Parisien newspaper. Its report said that the men were originally from the northern Paris suburb of Saint-Saint-Denis, and one was arrested there. The other arrested while attempting to board a flight to Algeria from Paris's Charles de Gaulle airport. Now, 1 week ago, if you recall, the thieves carried out a dramatic daytime heist at the Louvre. That's the world's most visited museum. The robbers positioned themselves at the south side of the building and used a vehicle-mounted extendable ladder to reach the second floor of the balcony window. They made off with 8 pieces, but they dropped the crown of Napoleon III's wife while fleeing. The damages, though, were still estimated at 88 million euros.
You dropped the crown of Napoleon III's wife? Son of a bitch. No, I don't know. That whole thing is kind of goofy to me, but anyway, I know this was yesterday, I believe, maybe earlier today. Some point, I think he's still in Japan.
President Trump arriving in Japan just minutes ago, looking to land another huge trade deal for America. After unveiling a flurry of trade deals with multiple Asian countries, Director of Center for Economic Opportunity at the Independent Women's Forum, Patrice Onwuka, we're looking at China later the week. That's the big nugget. That's the trade deal everybody's talking about. There were, though, other trade deals with Thailand, Malaysia, Cambodia, and Vietnam. What is your main takeaway from those deals? Specifically, did we get enough in the way of critical minerals in these deals?
Good to see you, Todd. I mean, I think that we've opened the door for more resourcing in these countries for those rare earth minerals. And I think that's important because as the larger China deal buys time to continue to resource, from other places, these deals certainly open the door to that. But overall, I thought there were some interesting threads across these different deals. We're seeing the president really push for these countries to enforce intellectual property theft. So go after a lot of the theft theft of, American ideas that happens and gets repackaged and resold to American consumers. You saw the opening of.
Yeah, Trump really does work on that quite a bit. That's why he's worked on the rules for foreign students that come to our colleges and technology that they work on, etc. Yeah, I assume they got the jewels back, Tressa, because I think it takes quite a bit of time to sell something as hot as the crown jewels. I would assume. I like this picture going around the Oval Office. Many of those great paintings of past presidents were in the vaults for over 100 years. Imagine that. I still imagine everything we're going to learn soon and everything that's going to happen. But, if Trump's abroad flying around, you think something could happen while he's in the air? They like fire another missile at him again? I don't know. Makes you wonder. They're trying to end it any way they can. They're desperate. I don't know. Yeah, I actually wasn't on last night, Leisha. General Flynn's talking Trump 2028. Candace Owens talking dude looks like a lady. If it walks like a dude, talks like a dude, and is listed in the French tax registry as a dude, then it's the first dude of France. She can't let that one go, can she? But, there's some wild stuff out there right now. Keir Starmer says he made an $11 billion Eurofighter deal with the Turks. Interesting.
Working more closely together now than ever before. We're united behind our collective security as NATO allies, united in our support for Ukraine through the coalition of the willing, and united in working for peace in the Middle East. I pay tribute to the role that you have played.
I wish I could be up there and ask him, how many people serve in the coalition of the willing? 62. No, I have no idea. But it just reminds me of when George W. Bush used to say, the coalition of the willing, The coalition of the willing to help Ukraine. There's not even a coalition of the willing in Ukraine, or they wouldn't have to kidnap children off the streets and force them to fight in Ukraine. Laura Loomer says the United States needs to ban Islam. It's a little more out there than what, Anna Paulina Luna was suggesting as far as making it so you couldn't have dual citizenship. This is like a different level right here. What do you guys think about something as deep as that, banning Islam? I think that's pretty far out there. Just throwing that little nugget in your head. Senator Ted Cruz says he has a plan to silence right-wing criticism of Israel, claiming that any such criticism should be considered anti-Semitic. Well, I kind of wanted to know what Ted Cruz meant, so I dug a little deeper. And I think it has to do with this. Israeli official admits Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are both being monitored as combat targets. Well, here's what he says, actually. The Israeli government has crossed a chilling new line, openly threatening Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, branding them engines of anti-Semitism, and warning they are now being monitored as combat targets. In a statement that sounds like a declaration of war on U.S. free speech, Israeli officials claim the pair pose an existential threat to the state of Israel, and their movements are now under the microscope as part of the Israel State Monitoring Program. The threats were issued by Israel's Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism Minister Amichai Chikli. But what he goes on to say here, Qatar is partially responsible for the increase in anti-Semitism, and X is the most problematic social media platform. And he says, The ministry's launched a new tool 2 months ago which aims to combat anti-Semitism. The AI-based system allows the ministry to monitor every social network and provide key details that prevent terror attacks against Jewish communities, as well as give indications of the level of anti-Semitism in various countries. Cheekley said the system also helps the ministry understand who the engines of anti-Semitism are, be they politicians or influencers or organizations. So they're spying on everyone, basically, is what they're saying. And I think Ted Cruz is talking about that little AI system that was launched. I think he knows it's going to be out there spying on everyone who says anything even remotely anti-Semitic. It's just my thoughts on it. A mysterious green glowing fireball-like object was spotted streaking across sky over Moscow, Russia. I believe we would call that a meteor. I don't know if you'd call it a meteorite. I don't think anything hit the ground. It's not Elvis. It's not E.T. It's just a funky glowing meteorite. But you gotta love how the news words a green glowing fireball-like object was spotted, streaking in the night sky, burning like hellfire. Power to the players. I don't know what this console war stuff has to do with anything. I suppose this is Trump dressed up as some kind of video game thing, but I think this is Captain Kyle puts these together. The leading UFO tracking app has logged thousands of reports of unidentified submersible objects near U.S. waterways, prompting officials to warn they may pose a national security risk. Last night, the White House posted a picture of Trump dressed as a Halo soldier with the 117 on his chest. If you go to the boards and look for 11.7 or November 7th, you find red line on the anniversary of Red October. Now, what are the odds of that? And I also want to point out again that the nuclear codes in the movie that Juan sent everybody, the president's nuclear code was NDO 1117. Now today we're seeing USO reports with officials stating they may pose as national security threat. Coincidence? News unlocks the map. I think there's more to the 11.7 stuff. But a date? I don't know. This is interesting. This is also from Captain Kyle. I used to call her Crooked Hillary. I don't like using names on people. Doubles. All the nicknames Trump has given out over the years has been to signal to us who the clones are. What do you guys think about that? Everyone that Trump gives a nickname to, could they be?
You know, I used to call her Crooked Hillary. I'd say Crooked Hillary, but I took that name away from her. That was a great day. About 2 months ago, I said, you know what? Because I don't like using names on people, doubles. I think we have a lot of words out there. So I call her Beautiful Hillary. She's a beautiful woman.
Could be. I like listening to Captain Kyle. I think he's very knowledgeable. This is from SG Anon. There it is. Devin Nunes, chairman of the U.S. Intelligence Advisory Board, said Barack Obama raided Mar-a-Lago because he wanted his manufactured ICA report back, meaning the Kenyan administration attempted to overthrow the U.S. government in 2016, succeeded in 2020 to cover it up, and now got caught. CIA Director John Ratcliffe says the statute of limitations is not going to have an impact because in any seditious conspiracy, the statute of limitations doesn't start to run until the last act in furtherance of that conspiracy, which we've heard before. Same thing going on with Merrick Garland, him and Jack Smith, Christopher Wray. They executed the search warrant at Mar-a-Lago. I don't know. I've never heard about that part of it before. Juan always said they raided it to look for the nuclear football. SGNon also shared this. New allegations claim Zelensky has been embezzling money from funds used to pay for the production of war medals for Ukraine's soldiers. And I actually dug up the story on it, and it's damn well true. The investigation by the Foundation of Battle and Justice has revealed that since the autumn of 2022, more than 98% of the awards presented to servicemen of the armed forces of Ukraine have been replaced by cheap replicas. According to sources within the office of the president of Ukraine, Zelensky and his inner circle pocketed at least $10.7 million by deceiving their citizens, misleading both military personnel on the front lines and the relatives of those killed in action. That's pretty sick, isn't it? Authentic awards are granted only to individuals close to Zelensky and his inner circle. Those who remain in the rear, live abroad, or are listed as members of the armed forces merely on paper. 150,000 awards he gave out are just cheapies, and he pocketed money meant to go for their awards. That's pretty sick, isn't it? I also found this story to be kind of interesting on the same website. FBI forcing Charlie Kirk witnesses to delete cell phone footage that contradicts the official narrative. I had to read these. Key witness has come forward with an explosive claim that FBI agents under Kash Patel's leadership ordered him to delete footage of the shooting just hours after he turned it over. Ryan Simmons, who says he recorded the incident on his phone, told reporters he initially believed he was doing the right thing by cooperating, but instead of preserving his evidence, Simmons says agents instructed him to erase the primary evidence, allegedly claiming the video could trigger PTSD. They said it would be better for me mentally if I deleted it, he explained. Then one of them called me later to confirm that I'd actually done it. That's when it started to feel wrong. The FBI's official account of the shooting has already come under fire for major inconsistencies, conflicting timelines, missing surveillance angles, and unexplained witness silences. So I thought I'd point that out. And, you know, the People's Voice does one of those stories, and they're actually on YouTube now, if you remember. SGNon also shared this. Israel's policy allows for abortions at any stage of pregnancy, including full term, but they must be approved by a committee and are most restrictive after 24 weeks. After 24 weeks, a doctor must have at least a 30% probability of a severe fetal handicap to approve an abortion. Abortions are readily available with a high approval rate, around 99%, but require a termination committee review, although the process has been simplified for early term abortions. That just sounds disturbing. And then, of course, these papers, Vincent Kennedy pointed out, Obama administration purchased aborted baby parts, FOIA documents. The actual FOIA documents released pertaining to the prices for the baby body parts, including the $515 price tag for a fresh, not frozen, intact calvarium, which is the top of the human skull, and in this case, it comes from a baby. We seen a lot of this the other day. It's pretty freaking sick. But the documents are there. The U.S. Air Force has just talked about a senior terrorist killed in an airstrike that they still won't talk about where the location was. They confirmed the elimination of Mohammed Abd al-Wahhab al-Ahmad, a senior Ansar al-Islam cooperative. He was supposed to be one of the most brutal people in Al-Qaeda, I believe. The precision airstrike was early in October. U.S. Central Command reported no American casualties in the operation, the location of which remains classified. They announced a new intel sharing pact with Syria's interim government to strengthen efforts against extremist networks, enhancing coordination and neutralize groups like Ansar al-Islam while safeguarding U.S. personnel and regional partners. So they're taking out some terrorists over there, all right. They won't tell where exactly. Trump and Xi Jinping finalized the deal to transfer TikTok to new owners and will consummate the deal when they meet in Korea on Thursday. And on Juan's page, it says, how convenient. Guess what is involved with the transfer of TikTok? The Codes, who again is purchasing this media platform from China. Interesting. I get it. I just wonder what they want the codes for. So I found this article, one dead after a plane from Canada crashes in Greenland, but honestly, I couldn't find the story about it, but I did find this story from over the weekend. It was wild.
So a military plane went down in an Oklahoma field, and that moment was caught on dash camera. Megan Mosley from our sister station in Oklahoma City spoke to the driver who got that video, and let me tell you, it is a dramatic scene.
It was a drive that turned dramatic Thursday afternoon.
I was just driving down the road, and then out of nowhere, like right above a tree, I was looking and I saw the plane. I was like, that plane looks really low.
An Air Force Sky Raider 2 aircraft crashed near Southeast 119th and Sooner Road.
As soon as we arrived on scene, it was refreshing to see the two pilots that were on board tell us that everybody was okay.
This was the scene KOCO first brought to you on Thursday.
Flies out of Will Rogers. From what I'm hearing, it's not part of the Oklahoma.
Isn't it weird that it keeps happening though? These crashes. I forgot about the one that happened right before Trump landed. I think I have something about it. Yeah, let's look at it real quick.
We have some breaking news on a developing story out of the South China Sea as a U.S. Navy helicopter and a fighter jet have crashed in separate incidents. And I want to put this up here on Live Now from Fox News, talking about this, that U.S. Navy helicopter and a fighter jet from the aircraft carrier, the USS Nimitz, crashed separately, only 30 minutes apart in the South China Sea, according to a statement from the U.S. Pacific Fleet. And that is this statement as October 26, 2025, at approximately 2:45 p.m. local time, a U.S. Navy Seahawk helicopter assigned to the Battle Cats of Helicopter Maritime Strike Squadron 73 went down in the waters of the South China Sea while conducting routine operations. They go on to say, from the aircraft carrier U.S. Nimitz, search and rescue assets assigned to the Carrier Strike Group 11 safely recovered all 3 crew members following the incident. Separately, at 3:15 p.m., a Super Hornet fighter assigned to the Fighting Redcocks, it also of a Strike Fighter Squadron 22, also went down in the waters of the South China Sea while conducting routine operations from Nimitz. Both crew members successfully ejected and were safely recovered by search and rescue assets assigned to that Carrier Strike Group 11. They go on to say all personnel involved are safe and in stable condition, and the cause of both incidents is currently under investigation. And obviously, developing story, breaking news there.
And they're weird. These planes keep on going down everywhere, and those right before Trump landed over there. So that made that particularly peculiar, but I don't know what it is about planes continuously going down right now. Tyler Robinson was allowed to wear civilian clothes in court, but must remain restrained, the judge has decided.
Tyler Robinson attended a pretrial motion ruling this afternoon virtually from jail, but he did not have his camera turned on. The judge decided to allow Robinson to wear civilian clothing during court hearings, but he still needs to be in restraint. The judge also made rulings on media coverage as well as security during the times Robinson will be physically in the courtroom.
To mitigate any potential prejudice, the court will amend its standing decorum order. The media will be prohibited from photographing or visually recording Mr. Robinson's restraints, and from photographing or recording him while entering, exiting, or standing in the courtroom.
And Kirk was shot and killed in September at a rally at Utah Valley University. Robinson will be required to attend court.
Totally ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. He can wear civilian clothes and the media can't show his chains. So you don't, get the wrong idea about him. Now they'll do that with the Palisades fire guy too. There's stories going around about Venezuela allegedly capturing some of our CIA operatives, but I cannot find the deeper story at all. So I don't know if it's true or if it's a bluff. I don't know, but I'm going to look for it more. Elon Musk put this out. We found a significant bug in the X for You algorithm that resulted in users seeing far fewer posts from the people they follow. Isn't that the whole point, to see posts from people you follow? Somehow, X was set so the people you follow see your posts less than anybody. Isn't that like the stupidest thing you've ever heard? Doesn't that just make you angry? Here's some other things. Multiple social media users identifying as liberals are threatening to lace Halloween candy with fentanyl for children dressed in MAGA-related costumes. It's an act of retaliation. I saw that story as well. And this one, London police have begun using first responder drones for the first time to answer emergency calls to reach crime scenes faster. The drones will be deployed to gather intel and assess situations before officers even arrive. So, that bit of wild stuff. I seen this story, which led me to another story. Google unveils a plan to restart U.S. nuclear plant to power their AI infrastructure, which I'm sure some people don't like. And just north of me at the University of Illinois, they've got something odd going.
Drilling has started for a new nuclear energy project on the U of I campus.
It marks the start of a research partnership between a tech company and the university, aiming to help the U of I meet clean energy goals. WCIA3's Peter Hansen is live in our newsroom. So, Peter, when will people start seeing results?
Jennifer, it's a multi-step process that officials say will make a big difference years from now. Construction didn't start today, but instead drilling to collect data on the future site of a micro-reactor. Nano-nuclear energy and U of I officials say is to test out the technology for other markets down the road.
Can we take? That's all we need is a micro-reactor on campus. I'm not very far away from that campus, about 50 miles. Florida is going to go on another way with AI. Ron DeSantis is very against AI being used in the classroom specifically. What do you guys think about that?
We live in. Don't think that somehow a tech overlord is somehow immune to the flaws in human nature. If they have the ability to control so much of society by manipulating these data sets, of course they're going to do it. Do you not remember COVID when they were censoring the truth? I mean, we literally did a thing, and I was the only one willing to do it at the time. This is, pretty early in COVID. I get some of these experts who were actually speaking out. There was like 6 in the world that were willing to speak out at the time. And I got Oxford, Stanford, Harvard, and they were ostracized by their colleagues. I was like, should a 5-year-old kid in kindergarten be wearing a mask all day? No. There's no basis. Google censored that video. We had it up. We had people. It was a nice round table. They censored it. They censored a lot of speech. They censored a lot about, just think about it. One of the most important debates that we could possibly have as a country in terms of what has impacted people more broadly than the COVID response. And yet they wanted to short-circuit debate. So the idea that somehow this artificial intelligence is just going to be so great for students, I think there are way more perils than positives. And we're doing it right by making people think for themselves, by making them pay attention with a technology-free environment, no distractions, and actually learn. Whatever
happened to chalkboard and eraser? That was always cheap and useful, I thought. Now they got these smart boards in the classroom and they're complaining they want, what, robot desks or something, AI in the cloud. I don't get it. The smart boards are cool. Anyway, the FBI made an arrest in the murder-for-hire plot against Attorney General Pam Bondi after an anarchist put a $45,000 bounty on her. Let's take a look.
Right, breaking news, top of a new hour here, and another threat of political violence in America. The FBI making an arrest in a chilling murder-for-hire plot targeting Attorney General Pam Bondi. We are learning brand new details at this hour. Welcome back as America Reports heads into hour 2. I'm Sandra Smith in New York.
Scary stuff, Sandra. I'm John Roberts. In Washington, the 29-year-old Minnesota man is accused of putting out a $45,000 hit on the Attorney General. It all started on TikTok when a post with the bounty started going viral before setting off a swift federal investigation.
And the suspect's rap sheet is long, and his online activity reveals ties to anarchist symbolism and anti-government literature.
Our Justice correspondent David Spunt live here in Washington. What else are we learning, David, about the suspect?
Well, John, he is charged with threatening Attorney General Bondi in a TikTok post. According to authorities in this affidavit that we just saw a couple of hours ago, unsealed recently, he allegedly offered a $45,000 bounty. In the post, there's a photo, and this was on TikTok, a photo of the Attorney General with a sniper red dot, and it reads, "Wanted Pam Bondi, reward $45,000, dead or alive, preferably dead." That's a quote. He is in custody. Additionally, his TikTok page had anarchist symbols, according to the affidavit filed. The affidavit reads, quote, "Additionally, the suspect user's TikTok page had a link to an anarchist FAQ book pinned to his page. According to open source research, as well as based on your Affiance training and experience, anarchism is a political philosophy and movement that seeks to abolish all institutions that perpetuate authority, coercion, or hierarchy, primarily targeting the state and capitalism." Now, FBI agents John and Sandra from Detroit, Michigan, received a tip from someone who was on TikTok, noticed the post in their feed, then reported this post. The FBI worked with Google, Comcast, and TikTok to find this guy. Google helped with IP logins, IP locations. They also were able to find his email. Now, according to the affidavit, he has a multi-state criminal history, as you mentioned, including a 2022 felony stalking and domestic assault misdemeanor charge. We reached out to the Justice Department. So far, we're being told no comment.
You guys see it ramping up? Everything's ramping up. And the news with their attacks, I want to read you two of these headlines right now. Trump's niece claims that he's paranoid and secretly upgrading his bunker during the ballroom build. I guarantee you that's a fake story. And this one, fans ask, where's Melania Trump as she disappears amid White House rebuilding? Oh, man. I don't know what to say. But I do know this. That's not what I know. I lost it. Something's coming. Something on. All right. I believe that is all of our news updates. I want to show you a couple things. First, I want to show you the trailer to the House of Dynamite. I kept talking about it and forgot to play it.
I always thought just being ready is the point. It keeps the bill in check. Keeps the world straight. They see how prepared we are. No one starts a nuclear war.
Approximately 3 minutes ago, we detected an ICBM over the Pacific. Current flight trajectory is consistent with impact somewhere in the continental United States.
Have we seen DEFCON 2 before? No.
Is this real?
STRATCOM is asking for launch instructions right now. I'm gonna need you to breathe.
We are talking about hitting a bullet with a bullet.
So it's a fucking coin toss? That's what $50 billion buys us?
Get in the car and just start driving.
If we do not take steps to neutralize our enemies now, we will lose our window to do so.
If we get this wrong, none of us are going to be alive tomorrow.
There is no plan B.
We did everything right? We did every fucking thing right.
None of this makes sense. Making all these bombs and all these plans. The walls are just ready to blow.
It's supposed to be pretty nerve-wracking, and it kind of can be, but being as Juan was sending it out to everybody, I assume he's pointing out what's coming, this coming scare tactic from it, and it may be very close to what we see happen in the end, but you guys know what it all means, so I want to look at something now together from Lieutenant Colonel Bozy, because it's been so long. Trying to see what else I had. I had something else. I thought you guys might want to know more about the med bed stuff because you'd been asking about it. Let me play this real quick, this clip I have. Then we'll go to Bozy.
Well, something very strange happened on Truth Social the other night when President Trump posted a full video about med beds, medical beds that can restore you back to health and even regrow missing limbs. Here's the AI video that Trump posted.
Breaking now. President Donald J. Trump has announced a historic new healthcare system, the launch of America's first MedBed hospitals and a national MedBed card for every citizen.
Every American will soon receive their own MedBed card. With it, you'll have guaranteed access to our new hospitals led by the top doctors in the nation, equipped with the most advanced technology in the world. These facilities are safe, modern, and designed to restore every citizen to full health and strength. This is the beginning of a new era in American healthcare.
In this first phase, only a limited number of MedBed cards will be released. Registration details will be announced very soon.
Okay. Shortly after that post went live, it was deleted. Oddly enough, though, we here at Redacted have spoken to whistleblowers who've actually seen this technology in action for themselves. And our next guest, Dr. Michael Salla, has a number of sources who've confirmed that there's truth in this technology. Yes, the regrowing of limbs. And Dr. Michael Salla joins us now. Doctor, great to have you back on the show. Great to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Pleasure to be back.
So when you saw this post from President Trump, did you about fall out of your chair, like things that you've been reporting for years, but then it was suddenly deleted? Like, what is going on here?
Well, that was very strange. I mean, the fact that it was posted at all, showing that President Trump was aware of this technology that whistleblowers and insiders have been talking about for well over a decade now. I mean, I came across my first insider telling me about these med beds that would actually regenerate limbs and organs, and from space battles. This was all part of the secret space programs. And I've come across several who have actually been inside of these med beds and actually had limbs regrown because of battles that they had in space as part of these programs. So these technologies are very real. They do exist, but they are in very highly classified programs that have been kept away from the public sector for decades. I can trace the research behind this kind of medbed regeneration of limbs back to the early work of Dr. Robert Becker in the 1960s. So this technology has been around for over 60 years, medical technology or medical know-how on how to regrow limbs, but it was all suppressed by the pharmaceutical industry.
All suppressed by the pharmaceutical industry, of course, because then how would they make money? How would they make money off of our terminal cancer and chemotherapy drugs and everything else? Again, as I mentioned off the top, I've personally spoken here on Redacted to multiple whistleblowers who've seen this technology in action. Some of the med beds, but also special wands that are used as part of the regrowth of limbs. One person I spoke to saw it with his own eyes. So again, take it with a grain of salt. I didn't see it, but this comports with what I'm hearing from sources. And it's just so strange to me that President Trump posts this video and then deletes it.
Well, I think what he was doing was really drawing attention to the fact that these technologies exist and that they have been covered up by the medical establishment, by the pharmaceutical industry in particular. I mean, I mentioned the work of Dr. Robert Becker, who wrote this book, this pioneering book in 1985, The Body Electric, where he talked about how electromagnetic currents that are very specific in terms of their frequency can regrow limbs and regenerate organs. And this is not just a pie in the sky research by some alternative researcher. Dr. Becker was a well-known medical doctor who specialized in bone healing. And also there was a Air Force document that came out in 1976 called Radio Frequency Radiation Dosimetry Handbook. And that actually pinpointed the specific frequencies needed for regrowing bones, regenerating limbs and so forth. But this was done not so much for healing, but for weaponization purposes. They were looking at ways to weaponize this. But another branch of the Air Force clearly was building healing chambers for people that would be involved in the secret space program side of the classified programs there.
This is unbelievable to me. I mean, I know some people watching our show who might be new to our show might not realize that, hey, we do cover these stories. And again, these are whistleblowers and insiders, but you literally, as you point out, this is literally in a handbook about how this all works. And maybe you can talk about how this technology is actually working. And have you ever met anyone specifically that's had that they were inside of a med bed that had perhaps a cancer removed or something else?
Yes, well, actually, there is one whistleblower I've been working with very closely. He still uses the acronym JP, and he was stationed at Eglin Air Force Base, and he was actually taken into one of these medbed facilities in 2024, and he was shown. He actually went into the medbed facility because he was suffering from a medical issue that he was later discharged for. But he said he described seeing approximately 6 to 10 of these med beds, and that inside of these med beds were these covert operatives that were being treated for various illnesses. He said in his case that the med bed was only used to kind of 1/3 of its power, and that really he was just being introduced to it rather than having having a full treatment.
Where do you know where these med beds are located? Like, is it common knowledge within the secret space program, people, Space Force, others, that they have access to these med beds?
Well, we know that there are some located at Eglin Air Force Base, which is a major facility, Air Force facility for launching secret space programs. There are also medical laboratories, the Scripps Institute in San Diego, for example. They also have allegedly some of these medbed facilities there. According to another whistleblower, that I worked with for a while, William Tompkins, that he said that he was going there and he knew about the med beds, that he was involved in helping build back in the 1970s with a aerospace company called TRW. And that the TRW, they were involved along with the Scripps Institute and other pioneering aerospace companies in developing the first med beds.
It's remarkable. And of course, we don't have access to it. So I've had friends who've lost their mother recently with stage 4 terminal cancer. And these med beds can essentially cure that cancer. And we're not being allowed to have access to it. Same with etheric energy or all these other technologies that we're not allowed to have access to.
Well, that's right. Yes, and it's much more than just the med beds, because the med beds can replace limbs, but there's also technologies that you mentioned actually, where they can actually, with something like a wand or a pencil, induce specific frequencies in organs that are diseased, or if you have cancer or any kind of problem in the body, that if you induce certain currents, frequencies there, that can stimulate the healing. So this is the work of Dr. Becker and others supporting him, but that has been ruthlessly suppressed, going all the way back to the 1960s. So, this is something that has incredible potential to heal people, but the pharmaceutical industry has a lot of power and has suppressed this. And I think Donald Trump's retweeting of that AI-generated post was really kind of like a shot across the bow, saying to the pharmaceutical industry, we're going to release this, and it's coming soon, and you can't stop it. And I think this is all part of Trump's war against the deep state, and the pharmaceutical industry is one of the major pillars behind the deep state, and why it's been able to last for so long and has been able to kind of suppress so much.
He does that. He posts that, and then 2 days later invites Albert Bourla, head of Pfizer, to come to the Oval Office, like the Death Eater demon himself.
So what do you guys think about the med beds? It's pretty interesting. Little piece from Redacted and Gene Decode. You never know. We'll have to wait and see. There was a video here I wanted to watch today with Ricardo Bozzi. I thought we'd watch it together. Then I have another short video we might watch after that regarding the Anthony Weiner laptop. We'll see. I don't really want to spoil the negative, put in all the negative energy of that crap. Some bad stuff, but it's been a while since we watched Bozzi together, so let me take a look at what Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bozzi has to say. Patriots.
October 25th, 2025. Hello, I am John Michael Chambers, and welcome back to Bozzi Briefs. And thank you very much again for joining us. This program publishes every other Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern, where Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bozzi and I will weigh in on the current events of the past week or so. Please share these episodes and subscribe for free at jmcbroadcasting.com. Be sure to follow me on my Rumble channel and, very important, my backup Rumble channel. Now, beginning next episode, here's an announcement. Beginning next episode with Ricardo, I'm bringing aboard a dedicated producer to produce these very shows with Ricardo Bozzi and I on what is known as the vMix broadcasting technology platform, which means the show will move off of the 2-box Zoom that you see here, this setting, and be more interactive on screen in a variety of ways, sort of breathing better optics and attraction to the subjects that both Ricardo and I take on this broadcast every other week. So I'm excited about that. The young lady named Jill, who worked with us at American Media Periscope, very skillful, will be producing BOSI Briefs, basically getting a technological facelift, if you will, which is important because I can put on supporting documents more easily. You'll see it's going to kind of mirror the other shows that I produce. So it took me some time to be able to work that out, but I've got it worked out. I'm real happy. Now, for those just joining, who is Ricardo BOSI? Former Australian Army Special Forces Lieutenant Colonel who served 24 years in the Australian Army. He's the national leader of Australia One Party, Make Australia Great Again. Ricardo's expanded bio can be found in the show notes, and he'll introduce at the closing of the show how you can follow Ricardo's work, because you're going to want to do that beyond these programs that I produce with Ricardo BOSI. So thank you, sir, for joining us again from Australia. Welcome back.
Good evening, John. Good afternoon, good morning to everyone that's logging in from around the planet. Great to see you, and good to be here.
Good to see you, sir. Thanks for joining us and giving us a slice of your life. Very much appreciated, never taken for granted. Before we get into the news of the past 2 weeks that I'd like to highlight and focus our viewers' attention to, please provide an update, if you will, on any developments. With all honesty, I'm not following the granular issues in Australia. I've learned through you from speaking with you every month, but please provide an update of any developments, either good or bad, concerning Australia's process, as we're all trying to break free of the controlled matrix. What's happening in Australia, good and bad? Any updates also as to progress and/or developments in Australia One Party? Take it away, Ricardo. Please give us some updates.
Sure, John. Thanks for that. The big news in Oz is the Rare Earth Minerals Treaty signed between DJT, Donald Trump, and our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, or the guy playing him anyway. It's a brilliant treaty because another one. The Rare Earth Minerals Treaty ostensibly will now involve significant investment by the US in Australia, which is always welcome, in terms of the processing of it, because we have, as a nation, we have been a mine basically for the rest of the world, first the British and now in China, where we dig up our resources, send it overseas at pennies on the dollar, and then have to pay back when we import whatever it is that they process our minerals and resources to produce. Great Britain has been doing that to us for a long time now. China's taken over that role. They're new to the game, but it's the same process. And what's happened is this now allows us to start manufacturing again. It's the beginning of it. And the rare earth minerals are a key component to that, which is fantastic. So that's the sort of the headline. But behind that, and this observation was made by another group called Promethean Action, a very sharp group of individuals that run this. And they said it's not just the US slowly cutting off the tentacles, the Chinese tentacles that have penetrated the whole globe. This is a strike at the heart of Britain and its control over global affairs. Underpinning all of this is Britain's control, and this is a way of cutting it back. So if you want to get onto Promethean Action, I'll give you a more detailed analysis of it. So the top headline, we are now going to get seriously into the business of processing the rare earth minerals for production for high-end products, particularly to do with cyber issues, but it's also now attacking the British control of the globe and the British control of the Americas, as has been for many, many years. That's one issue. Next one is we've had a number of rallies recently around the country, which again, on the face of it, it looks great. It's Australians standing up for Australia. But unfortunately, as is always the case, the organisers are always suspect. You don't know exactly who they are, far right-wing extremists or far left-wing extremists. Either way, they'll sell it as a pro-Australia rally. And before you know it, as the march is about to take off, half a dozen people turn up at the front with a banner, which turns it into an anti-immigration rally or something else. And all these good average Australians that aren't necessarily looking at that angle, they get swept up, and the impression is given there's a massive movement behind it. So it's deception. The people are being deceived once again, and they have to learn that these people are not good people. This is the last gasp, the last hurrah of those running the country, the Masonic filth amongst others, trying to maintain some sort of control. I mean, they're not going to get it. They have lost, without a doubt. They have lost. but they're desperately hanging on. The last point, and this will lead into, I guess, issues of the week, so I won't talk too deeply about it. But what's been happening in Oz is being mirrored. Sorry, the other way around. What's happening in the US is being mirrored in Australia and globally. So we were sort of previously, I think we once discussed, is it going to be sequential? Is it going to be simultaneously? I think the evidence is there now. This is a simultaneous now move by the white hats. And you'll probably raise some issues, and I'll be able to say, "Yep, we had one of those too." Mm-hmm. And so there you go. It started, folks. Bad things are happening to bad people at the hands of good people, which is just the way we want to see it. So that's it. I guess they're the two big stories out of Oz.
That's great news, and I'm happy to hear about the mineral situation with Trump and the leader of your country, and you invoked whomever that may be. It's amazing to see how many have been replaced or in disguise or whatever the case may be on this war. And you mentioned Great Britain, of course, and everybody knows this as a matter of history. You talked about two things: China having its tentacles all over the world as it is today, and that being severed slowly but surely. Same thing with Britain, of course, for centuries before. It reminds me of Gandhi. I'm a big fan of film, as long as, the film script writers and producers and directors are over the truth. Like, let's say Oliver Stone in JFK, good movie. Let's say The Patriot, Mel Gibson. But let's also talk conspiracy theory, Mel Gibson. But talk about Gandhi, that film, and Ben Kingsley, I think, was the actor, extraordinary role, acting role he played. But if that portrayed pretty close to the truth, it's extraordinary film for people to watch. And we still have Great Britain playing around all over the place, do we not? Right? I mean, look what went on with India and England at the time, and how that got pierced. And we've just done the same thing, a little bit different. President Trump, removing us from those tentacles. It's so that's my quick comments on that. But I want to talk about Bill Maher. Now, I'm not a fan of Bill Maher. I've been aware of his show over these years. Everything drips on you one way or the other, even if you're not glued to it. And I never really watched an entire episode during those years. So I'm familiar with Bill Maher and his stand-up and so forth. And he's been pretty much a radical hard leftist and so forth. Fairly intelligent. Funny, maybe, depends. He thinks he's George Carlin. I don't think he's comes close. But anyway, Bill Maher, the movie Religulous, while I think he's agnostic, if that's the term, but I didn't agree with some of the things in that film, but some of it was very important questions he raised and asked. Of course, it was slanted to make the entire Christianity movement look like lunatics, which was a bit unfair, but there's a lot of good points in that movie. But what I'm trying to get at is Bill Maher today. Bill Maher today, he visited the president, and I just read a quote. I should have had it prepared, but I'll paraphrase it from Bill Maher. And the reason this is important is because Bill Maher is very popular on the left. And here he visits with the president and says, what? Nice guy. I didn't vote for him, to placate to the other side. I didn't vote for him, but the man does what he says he's going to do. He accomplishes things, and so forth and so on. Now, that's very interesting. Same thing here with Andrea Bocelli, the Italian opera singer, who just sang for the president in the Oval Office, and it was clipped and filmed, of course. And the message behind that, and the theme here, that as I see it, is Bocelli is not concerned with the backlash that the media and the left would give him by going to the White House and being seen with the president, as in Bill Maher. And there's probably a long growing list of notable people, whether it's music, film, politics, whatever sector you want to pick at, just notable people that are coming across the aisle, if you will, one way or the other, whether not fully or partially. This is a pendulum shifting moment in Trump, in my opinion, redirecting the culture, changing the culture. What's your view of that?
Yeah. You've mentioned the key word, culture. politics is downstream from culture. It's a famous one-liner from, he's passed now, unfortunately, but it's exactly true. Politics is downstream from culture. And what DJT and his team have done is initially he went in and had to be what he was. He had to be Donald Trump. And he had to be Donald Trump. And he had to be Donald Trump. And eventually people said, you know what? Let Donald Trump be Donald Trump. Let him be unpresidential. Let him be what he is. Because that's what everyone fell in love with in terms of The Apprentice and other media appearances and his persona. So that was familiar. So they had to let him be Trump. And that was a strategic move as well as an intelligent move. And the shift now to watching this parade of individuals bend a knee to DJT is part of the show. Now, people like Bill Maher and Bocelli and the rest of them, let's talk about Bill Maher. Bill Maher's still waiting for the spine donor. That guy can slither through any mess because he has a strong sense of self-preservation. He'll give the left what he wants to give the left. He'll bow when he needs to bow. What people have to understand is he comes across, the media is a wonderful tool. It can present an individual as strong and powerful and thoughtful, but in reality, you give somebody a script, and they can give you that sort of that one eyebrow and they'll do this, and people believe it to be true when it's just an act. You put Bill Maher up on stage for 6 hours in the sun, taking unfiltered questions, and I'm sure you'll see a different Bill Maher. I mean, I've done that, and I have to be able to do that. I have to be able to meet everybody at every level. But people like that in a controlled environment don't. And as I said, Maher is still waiting for the spine donor. He will bend and bow in order to survive. He has a strong survival instinct. I think he's a squib. He really is. Influential without a doubt. But take away the support system. So that's why he turned up. He realized the tide was going out on one beach and was coming up in another beach, and he just shifted beaches because that's what he wanted to do. He likes to see it. Another aspect of Maher particularly might have been the knock at the door, and it was explained to him in quite some detail, play the game or don't, which is basically you get a hard knock or a soft knock. The hard knock involves a 9mm weapon, and the soft knock involves probably the judge advocate general standing there, or one of the representatives saying, "We've got a deal for you, and you have 30 seconds to make up your mind." So it's either sock or jag, either one of them coming to the door, and most people will fold. And what I've noticed about so-called celebrities, when they are in the presence of someone with real power, personal power, I'm not talking just organizational power. I mean, genuine personal power, they fold like a bloody envelope. They really do. They are weak, as I've seen in Australian politicians, for example, and they're vociferous in their condemnation of overseas people with whom they disagree, particularly those on the left. But the moment they're physically in a room with them, you can literally see them shrink and realize, I'm out of my depth here. I'm in the presence of real power. Now, DJT isn't powerful because he's the president. DJT, he was powerful for a long time, and he brought that power with him, and now he has the imprimatur of the will of the people. And so people like Maher just fold because he has to watch his ratings. He needs to know he's got to keep the ratings going. Trump's smart enough to know the ratings are something that the population consumes. Trump himself doesn't worry about the ratings for his sense of self. Does that make sense? Because when Trump was talking about ratings early in the piece, and you see how many people turned up, it was more than there, and their ratings about, it's not because his ego needs puffing up. He knows that the ratings are what they live off. Trump's cool. He's very good. And so he knows that these people have to live off their ratings or die on their ratings. And so that's what he beat them with. He beat them with their own stick. And Bocelli is just an opera singer, and people project on the people they want to do. And, Bocelli sits there and hits a wrong note in the Oval Office, and it's all great. But all of this is designed. We saw the European leadership turn up, coming to visit the principal of the school, and these recalcitrant students turned up. It's all part of the imagery. DJT knows this. This is now the popular culture, the memes, the jokes, the laughs. Jefe Jeffries and his sombrero. He is merciless because he's effective. He knows how to effectively use the media better than anybody else, and that's why he's a master at this.
Yep.
He had to do it. And so this shift in the culture is manufactured like the original culture was. Okay, let's face it. And DJT and his team have said, you know what? Politics is downstream from culture. Let's now shift the culture. We can swear occasionally. We can make fun of people. We can just lampoon them mercilessly. And now the culture is accepted And now it's being legitimized by these people turning up and saying, like Ma, in the minds of the leftists that love him, oh, wow, if Mark can do it, then so can I. Mark doesn't have to vote for him, but he doesn't hate him. He says he's a good bloke. This is called social proof. This is leaders set the tone, but the rest of the population, if I've seen it, it must be possible, therefore I can now do it. It's social proof. And that's what they are masterfully applying to the planet. And if you just go back 12 months, then 24 months, then 36 months, and 48 months, and remember what it was like every time he opened his mouth and the parade of insults. Now, we know that the control has been wrested away from the left, but it's not just that. It's the people are now saying, you know what, I think there's something to this guy. He's actually pretty good. Hey, wow, the streets are clean. I'm feeling safe. And so this whole culture, and as I said, you nailed it. That's the key word. You've got to create a culture. You've got to set the frame so people know what to expect in this world. What is now appropriate, what's not appropriate, what's acceptable, and what's not acceptable. And once you've got that frame, like I'll finish on this. When you turn on a TV show, if you're watching The Apprentice, you know what you're going to get. So you're not going to be offended when he goes, "You're fired," because that's an expectation. You turn on the Flintstones, you're not expecting that. You're expecting something else. So as long as they know what the show is, and that need is now, or that expectation is met, you're on track. And he is very much now running the show brilliantly.
Yeah, excellent analysis as always. What comes to my mind when we invoking the word culture and the transformation of it, as you said, a culture was created by, let's say, the left and the sinister forces over the years that became the mess we live in. And now that's being changed and transitioned by Trump and team. It reminds me of somebody once said, a culture is as great as its dreams, and its dreams are dreamed by artists. And when you look into the artistic community, you got Angel Films, you got a lot of other independent film companies, you got Mel Gibson and a bunch of people working on things. This is an exodus and a recreation in the field of music, particularly in the music, film and music. And music, you've got country artists that are, always been, by and large, pro-American and red apples and apple pie in America. But I see a shift taking place through the field of the arts, whether it's design, film, and music. And I think that's incredibly important too. We can step out of the world of the Beyonce and guys in dresses at the football games world slowly but surely. Would you concur before we move it? We're going to get into some red meat, folks, in 1 minute. But any quick comments about that as we close off?
This is important. This is red meat. This is actually red meat. In fact, this is more important than red meat. This is looking into the kitchen to see what's coming out, because they can sell you fake burgers. So what John's talking about is actually quite critical to understand. The culture, there's an intrinsic natural order to the universe. There's an intrinsic natural order to human beings. Now, are there variations on the outside? Absolutely. But the other side, this destructive culture has been intentionally shifted. Now, one of the 45 goals of communism, and I think I've mentioned this before, but it's worthy of mentioning again. One of the 45 goals of communism, and ladies and gentlemen, if you have not Googled it, Google it and read it. The first 10 are very US-centric. The next 35 apply globally. And just tick off how many have been achieved. These were enumerated in a book by Ecleon Skousen in the 50s, who was a former FBI agent who was tasked to penetrate the Communist Party of America and find out what they were up to. And he got the 45 goals, and it's been read into the library, in the Record of Congress, so you can read it there. The 45 goals. Now, one of them is this: to create meaningless, ugly shapes as art. To replace, that was the actual goal. So buildings that look like they're falling over, urinating into a cup and putting a crucifix into it and saying this is piss Christ and it's now expression. And it was nothing but a specific intention to, and the artists that did it were just useful idiots. But this was intended to, and they didn't write it this way because that people wouldn't have got it, to remove the concept of objective beauty. Like, this is objectively beautiful, that is objectively ugly. And then they start putting this rubbish out there. Modern art, one of the great scams for money laundering, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering why people pay $10 million for a banana taped to a wall, it's called money laundering, okay? So anyway, so this concept of removing the idea of objective beauty. Now, why is that important? And most of you will go, well, no, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Bingo, you've been sucked in. Now, there are certainly different tastes without a doubt.
Okay.
But the idea of objective beauty not existing is part of a process to remove God and the devil. Now, how do you get that? Well, 5-step process. Is this beautiful? No, no, no. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So, I like it, you don't like it. So there's no objective beauty. It's just relative. Beauty is relative. Okay. Then you take the next step. Is this good or bad? Well, no, no, no. It's not. I find it good and you find it bad. But again, it's relative. So there's no good or bad. It's just relative. Okay, no good or bad. Then you get to the next step. That's right and wrong. No, 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 no. It's not right and wrong because it's relative. Because one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. So once again, it's all relative. And here's the theme: it's all relative, right? So there's no right and wrong. Wow. Okay, no right and wrong. That makes sense. And this takes decades to put into people's heads.
Yes.
And then what's after right and wrong? Good and evil. Oh, no, there's no evil. No, 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 no. It's just, no, no. It's just, once again, understand that some people find that admirable and some people don't, and everyone is allowed to have their opinion because we're all equal, apparently. And then that's when they beat the Christians with the we're all equal stick. And so all the good-hearted but naive Christians, okay, well, there's no good and evil. Okay, so I can understand that, blowing yourself up or getting a child to blow themselves up or drive a car into a crowd yelling Allahu Akbar. Well, no, it's not good and evil. It's just, they are adherents to their faith. And the last step, of course, is there's no God, there's no devil. Now, this relative morality that has been progressively introduced intentionally from art, ladies and gentlemen, you've been conned. If you think I'm wrong, happy days to you. But understand this, you have been conned so brutally. The net result is there's no God, there's no devil. And now people lose hope.
Mm-hmm.
And they do stupid things like allow their children to cut their penises off or their breasts off. They can't get a tattoo but 18, but a 14-year-old apparently can decide that she's a boy and she wants a breast cut off. And you are so brainwashed into relative morality, the absence of right and wrong, the fear of standing up and saying, I disagree with you, I think you're full of it. That's gone because you're now terrified for offending somebody. It all started with that. So go back to the 45 goals of communism, replace beautiful art, traditional art, with meaningless and ugly shapes. You can read it for yourself. And this is the journey that we have been on. Mm-hmm. Now, this is interesting because what this leads to now is people like me in Australia One, where we are quite definitive about what we want to create. And then, in fact, in last night's green room, I enumerated once again our end state, what we're creating, because no political party, and this is important, no political party actually enunciates an end state. They'll say, our policy on this is that, our policy on that is this. And you have all these different pieces to the jigsaw, but there's no coherent picture. There's just a bit of red here, a bit of blue there, a little bit of green down there, not too much yellow there. And on their own, they go, well, okay, love is love. Okay, love is love. I get it. Love is love. And the next thing you know, love is love turns into, and this happened in Australia, bestiality being taught to, was it 14-year-olds, 11-year-olds at school, girls, children, and they're horrified. And here's the worst part. Not that the principal and the teachers thought that was an okay thing to do. None of the parents fought back. Can you see the depth of the brainwashing? This is the meat of the sandwich. This is what is really important, ladies and gentlemen. This is the psychological warfare, but it's beyond psychological warfare. It's not just that, which is putting stuff into your head. This is how do you think? This is fifth generation warfare. How do you come to the conclusions you come to? How do you think and why do you think? And we can now change the way you think. So now you create this population of sleepwalking moral relativists that will accept their children having their penis cut off. And to old folks like me, I just look and go, you're crazy. You're nuts. Now, what does that happen when people like John, myself, and others, we start to fight back? We look like iconoclasts. And iconoclast is something that goes against the orthodoxy. We look like we're destructive. We're no better than the people that are tearing down the statues of Robert E. Lee. Oh, tear down the past. You want to do the same. You want to tear down the past. And to an extent, they're right. The past for them, because they have the attention span of a goldfish, was last week. And life has always been full of full-term abortion and things like that. That's all good. That's no problem. We love it, say the leftists. And we say, no, we're not tearing down anything. We're building something. We're building a moral, sovereign, self-reliant Christian Western constitutional republic, which is economically powerful, militarily intimidating, politically free, culturally vibrant, and socially cohesive. So that's what we are painting. That's what we want. And we look like the iconoclasts. We look like the destroyers because the people have been so brainwashed, but we're not. We're actually the ones building a coherent future and they are being shown off what they are. So once again, I appreciate your statement about the red meat, John, but this is the perspective we have to have when we look at the news stories, because the news stories will always have the headline, and we'll talk about that shortly. But I like to dive deeper and say what's really going on behind the scenes. But anyway, so there you go, guys. I don't know how we ended up there, but we started somewhere. We ended up there.
Well, thank you. Very alluring and intriguing. You bring our audience to your talking points because it's fascinating. You have great analysis, and to close out on this stuff and get into some of the news bites of the week. I guess it is important because the culture is being transformed. And that, we're talking about draining the swamp. We have all these political battles and economic battles and things that we're fighting and winning in. But at the same time, very subtly, as we talked about Bill Maher and Bocelli and many, many others, the culture, again, is as great as its dreams, and its dreams are dreamed by artists. And we're starting to see, and I'm glad we've had this segment. I'm glad you've weighed in on it because I think you've impacted people to start observing and looking at these things and reading into them as they should be. Let's talk about very quickly, since we're still on that sort of subject, quick thing here, the NBA sports folks that were just arrested, a mafia thing going on. That seems that Kash Patel timed it perfectly to happen at the opening of the season or something of the sort. I haven't followed it because, again, it's just another campaign that this is, folks, how we are draining the swamp. But any quick comments about the NBA issue?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of those examples of here's the top line, but let's look what's really going on now. You always got to listen carefully to what they say. Kash was talking about NBA and corruption, game fixing, and people sort of go, oh, well, yeah, I'm sure people are making bets, and there's the odd crooked player that might miss a shot or two, have an off day, call an injury 6 minutes into the game. Then he says, well, no, the Cosa Nostra, which is one of the four major mafias. Cosa Nostra in Italian means our thing, right? It's our thing. They're involved. Now, I thought, okay, that's interesting. Now, we know, or many of us know, that the NBA, not just the NBA, but the NFL has been corrupted for years. Outcomes of games, the future of players. In the ninth game of the season, you're going to do your rotator cuff and retire. And they just go along with it. That's how scripted it is. Nobody, and it's called entertainment, not sport, because it's entertainment. They can lie to you. It's and I hate to say this to many of the football fans out there, because it's happening here as well. But it's as real as professional wrestling. It is set up from top to bottom.
Wow. Yeah, that's a hard pill.
This is
hard pill for some to swallow. Yeah, that's a hard pill for some to swallow.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yep. And if you think that you're going to find out some things about your religion that isn't true, it's almost going to be harder for them to know that their favourite footballer is as straight as a dog's hind leg, as we say in Australia.
It reminds me of Pete Rose. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
No. Go on.
I was just saying Pete Rose must be turning in his grave right now, looking for what he was, accused of. Of course, one of the greatest baseball players ever. But while the whole sports thing is rigged, and so he's spinning. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So Kash mentioned the Cosa Nostra. And because that's a known name, I guess, but there are, just very quickly, four major Italian crime groups, let's say. You've got the 'Ndrangheta, which are the Calabrians. Then you've got the Cosa Nostra, which are the Sicilians. Then you've got the Camorra group and the Apulian group. Now, of them all, the 'Ndrangheta, this is a multi-billion-dollar international crime syndicate. This is not a couple of Italian farmers growing marijuana. No. Right. These guys are into superannuation funds, investments, all that sort of stuff. Please understand the scale we're playing at. They love the idea of the image of the Godfather 1 and 2. No. It's Godfather 3 you should be looking at. These guys are in the Vatican. Now, the top story is mafia and game rigging. Great. That's terrible. It'll break hearts. What's the bigger story? Who do you think controls the mafia on the planet? Or does the mafia control people? Now, think about this really carefully. Do you really believe that the mafia runs anything? No. They just do the heavy lifting, the dirty work for things like the Vatican, like the City of London, like Washington, Washington. See, once you reverse that position and you realize, wow, okay, so, and people now, you really got to think, hang on, if the Vatican's running the mafia and they're the money laundering organization for any successful corporation, and the mafia is a successful corporation, now we're saying, right, this is not what I thought it was. This isn't like a couple of good plods doing some arresting of crooked mafia in New York. No, this is global. And if Cash is talking about the mafia and NBA, you can bet your bottom dollar there's something bigger going on that they don't want us to see, but it's a bit of a tell. Have a look at the mafia, have a look at the Vatican, have a look at the money laundering going on there, have a look at what happens to a pope when he tries to clean up the money laundering. He didn't last long. This is a big tell to the world saying, we've got you. The mafia is not the problem. Yakuza in Japan is not the problem. The 'Ndrangheta in Italy or globally is not the problem. They're the hired guns and lawyers for the real power brokers around the planet. So this is a I interpret this as a com from Cash, but not so much from Cash, from the white hats. They're all going down, folks. This isn't just a small story. That's the headline. But out of that comes a whole bunch of bigger things that are happening around the world right now as we speak simultaneously. So if the NBA and the Cosa Nostra, which is it's an old term, it's not even a new one.
Yeah, I've never heard
If
of
they get wrapped up, that means others are getting wrapped up too, and not necessarily the Italian mafia. You've got the Jewish mafia, which loved, what is that old Dave Chappelle saying? If you see half a dozen Italians together, you go to the mafia. If you see half a dozen Jews together, it's a coincidence, and you can't say anything about that, right? So the Jewish mafias loved hiding behind the Italians. Let the Italians get they got egos. They like to strut around in their cashmere suits. We'll just sit quietly and count our dollars. So there's more stuff going on. And my guess is if you look carefully, you'll find there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. Mafia, Cosa Nostra, old school criminals, and one sport organization. My guess is a whole lot is going down.
Well, that's great insights. Thanks for opening and peeling the onion back a little bit on that headline. And one thing that comes to my mind when you talked about the mafia not really being in control of anything, but being the thuggery on the front line, handling things for bigger entities behind the scenes like the Vatican and DC, comes to mind the JFK assassination. Now, with so much information out there, who the heck knows? But whether the mafia actually pulled the trigger or not, if they did, then they were used for that purpose deployed by DC and the CIA. Or if they weren't the ones that actually pulled the trigger, then they used them to as a deflection in any case. But it supports your notion and point that the mafia isn't really in control. They're acting out tasks from their higher ups. All right, that brings me to Project Omega, a global surveillance AI used to track, score, and control citizens, and how President Trump is now dismantling this in real time. Have you come across this information? Are you familiar with this at all?
Is this also known as Snow White, the CIA 7 supercomputers that are controlling just about everything on the planet? I'm not sure if that's the same.
It may be. I'm not either. This is a report from Christy Allen, who has recently come aboard at JMC Broadcasting. She does two usually 5 to 15 minute reports, audio reports, and she laid this down in some detail. I didn't have a chance to go through the entire thing, but you comment on the use of AI to track us all, whether it's tied to Omega or not. It's sort of the same subject, but what she talked about is how Trump and the White Hats, et cetera, are getting into this, discovering it, and beginning to dismantle it. I don't know if you have any comments about that. Yeah. If not,
it's an interesting. It's a question worth asking, because it was presented again in movie form, and I love movies too, because you can communicate so much without people realizing it. It bypasses the prefrontal cortex, goes straight to the back of the brain. You're willing to suspend disbelief, and they can pump stuff in your head. That can be good or bad. Now, I was never a big fan of the Batman movies, but there was one I remember where Bruce Wayne established a surveillance setup, and he gave the keys to Alfred and said, after this is done, destroy it, because Alfred, being played by, what's his name? Doesn't matter. Yeah. He said this is too much power for one man to have, and Batman agreed and said, once this is done, then destroy it so nobody can have it. So what do? You're Donald J. Trump, and you've turned up and you've found the capacity to monitor everybody on the planet. You're just going to turn off the key You're going to take control because you're honest and therefore you can do it or not? It's a really good moral question. But let me give you a rundown on Snow White and CIA to let you know what potentially we're talking about here in terms of control of the planet. Now, CIA has this Snow White project, 7 supercomputers, each named after one of the dwarves, apparently, okay? You've got DOC, handling medical and pharmaceutical data, links to big pharma, vaccines, population health control. Then you've got Dopey, psychological operations and social media influence, emotional manipulation, perception management, really key. Grumpy, handles military intelligence, war logistics, drone coordination and targeting. Sleepy, mass surveillance and metadata storage, phones, internet, encrypted communications. Sneezy, bioweaponry, data, gain of function research, disease modeling. 6 is Happy, entertainment, Hollywood, music industry, mind programming and culture engineering. And 7, Bashful, blackmail, archive storage, hidden files, Epstein Island recordings, Vatican secrets, etc. Now imagine you've turned up and you've found all this information. What would you do? Would you dismantle it? Would you tell anybody about it? Would you use it temporarily to get all the dirt on the bad guys, destroy them and destroy it? This is a big moral question. And the fact that someone says they're dismantling it immediately tells me they're not. I'm sorry.
Not yet.
They're just not.
Right.
Not yet. It
Yes.
might be down the track. They might do the Batman thing and say, okay, Alfred, once I've finished this job, destroy it.
Interesting.
This is a genuinely tough moral question. And it's not one that's easy to come up with because it's AI. AI is the greatest threat to humanity, to life on Earth.
Absolutely.
And if you play out AI to its logical conclusion, and people say, "Oh no, it's safe. It'll remove the need for meaningless work." Yeah. Okay. AI. It is the largest threat to this planet. It doesn't necessarily mean you shut it down. It means it requires extraordinary level of wisdom, and I mean deep wisdom of the ages, God level wisdom to know what the hell to do with this. Because if you think that life in the universe is this unbroken line from the sludge to the stars, no, not even on Earth. If you look at the development of technology on planet Earth by humans, and forget what came before us and the hundreds of thousands of years of potential other life forms, even in our short life spot on the planet, here we are knocking rocks together, and all of a sudden some genius discovers metal. Oh, if we burn metal at a high temperature, we'll get, I don't know, copper or iron. Let's say iron. Sorry, who came up with that? What monkey, so to speak, figured that out? It used to perplex me. And then I looked at the development over history, and it's sort of nothing happens, then something big happens, and then development drops, and then something else happens, and then development drops, and then something else. Can you see it's not a stated line? Something comes in to make things happen. Things just don't happen. Something came in to make things happen. So it's not like we're just, we're on our way and AI is part of the journey. No. AI is a potential route to a completely godless universe. Because who knows what's telling you what to do? Imagine AI running, which one was it? The psychological operations, Dopey. This is the second computer, psychological operations. Telling us what we want to hear, putting things in movies. And all of a sudden, we're disappearing up our own fundamental orifices because we are following AI. So this is a big, tough question, folks, and we need to think about it because we need to have an opinion about it because people will come to us and say, look, I'll do the right thing by you. And if someone says, what are you going to do with AI? You watch them stutter and fall over because they'll either won't know or they'll lie. So this is a really big question.
Later, when we take the hill in the battles we're presently dealing with in America and all of humanity, and we're on safer turf, I'd love to dive into this with all the research, all the information, and talk with you extensively about AI, because I agree with you, AI and perhaps ignorance are the greatest threats we face. And what comes to mind, I took a few quick notes. There's, we could save this conversation for later, but just to put the statement out, there's a good probability that Trump may have a third term. I invoke that for a reason, and then there's other Trumps later that could step in. The Democrat Party's been neutered. I don't see them stepping up anytime soon. And so in there is a good trajectory to calm us to an extent about the threats and concerns we have of AI. at least knowing these entities, the last name of Trump, or we, at least majority of us, or certainly I, have faith, trust, and confidence in it'll be used for the betterment of mankind. How that gets controlled is beyond me. But then you think about, I read a quick report, I didn't go deep into it. Amazon is slated to remove 600,000 jobs thanks to AI and robotics. That's an interesting conversation to have at one point. And then I think of Benjamin Franklin. Sir, what kind of you finished the meeting? What kind of a government do we have? It's a republic if you can keep it. Well, how is humanity going to survive without God there and having AI take it over? I think there's a great threat there as well. But I want to talk about another subject. A Utah judge, this is a report from Sean Morgan, former QD coder, former host at American Media Periscope. He contributes two short reports, usually 3 to 5 minutes, News Behind the News, we title it. It's an audio report on JMC Broadcasting. And he published this. A Utah judge had just issued, and this is, you and I don't want to talk too much more about the Charlie Kirk event because we're all on the record for that. But this is an interesting angle of what's just occurred. And I'd like you to weigh in on it. A Utah judge has just issued a sweeping, unprecedented gag order in the case of Charlie Kirk's death. I wonder why. Silencing not just attorneys, but over 3,000 witnesses and event attendees from speaking publicly about what they saw. This legal maneuver is blocking transparency, obviously, muzzling the press, and preventing independent investigators from uncovering the full truth behind the tragic shooting. Now, I have some philosophies and views about as to why, but more importantly, what are yours?
I think it's an obvious overreach designed to get a response from the people. This is the land of the free, and all of a sudden, a baseless claim like that order is designed to get people to stand up and talk long and loud about Charlie Kirk. But again, it's that waking up process. It's the only thing that makes sense to me, other than either that or he's got a death wish because he's an imbecile that isn't long for this earth. No, it's just to my mind, it's just simply it's exactly that. It's an obvious overreach. Wake up the people, get them angry, let them have their say. Right or wrong, you have the right to, make a fool of yourself or not. But this is just wrong. It's not dissimilar to the judge that was shutting down Trump's executive orders and his powers to interfere, as he saw it, in other people's domains. And the SCOTUS came out and said, no, he's good to go. Sit down, shut up. This is another version of that, but just on a more sensitive issue, I guess, to, again, get people to remember the wonderful gift that they were bequeathed by the founding fathers. Mm-hmm. Folks, don't let it go.
Yeah. You always have a unique perspective that really does resonate with me, and I'm sure most of our audience on these headline issues of the day. So thanks for that. I'm going to move us into another subject, the $21 trillion heist. A bombshell report on the missing trillions funding a secret underground empire for the elite, a breakaway civilization having been built over these decades with our tax dollars here in America. This comes from a report by someone we call Guardian Daniel R., coming off the heels of interviews recently done by Catherine Austin Fitts, where she speaks about underground cities, train systems, ecosystems, complete sustainability from here to Europe, under the oceans, up in the sky, and so forth and so on. And that money being funneled, tax part of the money game, taking this money and building these civilizations in preparation, in my opinion, for sustainability when they take all of us down above ground, which is what their goal was. That's not going to happen anytime soon now. But any comments about this? Because it's extraordinary. It's not these deep underground military bases have taken on you got the tunnels for the sex trafficking, you got the military bases for certain activities, and now you have these cities that are highly interesting and questionable. Any comments about that?
Yeah, the number 21 trillion is not that much, folks. If you look at the document, just to get that out of perspective, because 21 trillion sounds like a terrible amount of money. If you get the documents for the Committee of 300 and look at the numbers that they have so many zeros, it becomes just ridiculous. That's the amount of collective wealth there is available on the planet that's been taken from us. That's point number one. Point number two, we paid for it, as John said, through our taxes. Now, we're nothing more than the sheep in the bottom paddock. They'll feed us as long as we keep producing wool that can be shorn. They cut off our tails through mulesing. And then when we're no good, they'll kill us and put us in a pot and make mutton stew. So that's point number two. Understand our place on the planet. We think that we are sovereign beings. We think we're made in the image of God. We're nothing but a resource to be used. And it's not always evil that does it, just so you're clear on this. It's like a mosquito. Okay, you squash the mosquito. You don't think about it. It's just a mosquito. What do I care? I have no emotional connect. There it is again. There's his mate. No, I got the mosquito. That's what we are to the elites. We're not even worthy of consideration. We're a minor annoyance that they sometimes need us. So when they say they want to clear the planet of, 6.5 billion people, that's like saying, get rid of the hornet's nest on the back porch, Dad. And Dad goes up there and does so. There's no emotion to it. So you've got to understand that. You've got to be very clear how we are viewed by our so-called betters. When you get that, you start to understand, okay, well, there's tons of money. They want to get rid of us. And how are they going to get rid of us? Well, a nuclear holocaust that lasts 100 years is potentially one way. So we better live down below. We better have food, all the good food too, by the way, not the bad food. We need to travel, maglev trains, magnetic levitation trains, travel high speeds from the United States to Europe in a few hours. Very, very, very quick. Excuse me. And now, okay, so we've got that. We've got these hyper wealthy people preparing for the planet. So it might be a nuclear holocaust. They might have intended to release, and this is not so much of a might as they intended to release some of the chimeras, the animals that they have bred, half human, half animal, many different types that they're going to release on the planet to just eat us up. It's like releasing hundreds and thousands of mutants, except they're not mutants. They're out there just to eat and destroy us, and we can't destroy them. That's why, for example, when some of the tunnels were being killed, they used incendiary weapons to burn the DNA. And this might sound like science fiction, but this is what's been going on for some time underground. And so you've got that. So there you go. You've got them living underground. Now, let's add another level of complexity to this. Are these tunnels, when were they built? It takes ages to build tunnels. Well, some of these tunnels are thousands of years old. Sorry to shock you again, but this planet's been inhabited a lot longer than the 6,000 years as allegedly determined by that minister who calculated the ages of all the people in the Old Testament, and the earth is 6,000 years old. No, much older. Other life forms from other places have occupied the place. The tunnels, some of the tunnels are ancient, and this has been an ongoing process for many years.
Yes.
So is it a shock to hear that $21 trillion has been spent building underground cities? That's nothing.
When you put it into perspective like that, yeah, you're right.
It's big, dude. What, 21 trillion? No problem. Moving right along.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm moving us through some topics because the hour is going by fast, and there's 3 or 4 more things I'd like you to weigh in on. Dan Scavino published something, as he does, and he basically said he's been tasked with the deploying of U.S. Marshals now across the country. Yet another dot to connect on the plan unfolding. You have the executive orders, the PEDS, the law of war manuals that Derek Johnson has done such great work connecting that to events. We then see the National Guard, and you and I have discussed the more that meets the eye with what's happening with the deployment of the Guard and Army Reserves. Yeah. Now you've got Dan Scavino putting out something saying, hey, I've been tasked with deploying U.S. Marshals all over the place. At the same time, they're being used by Kash Patel to take down the NBA. I mean, you've got, when people say, nothing's happening. I mean, and they're not saying it as much anymore. In the beginning, the first 6 months of Trump's 2024 victory, Everyone's like, oh, Cash Patel's no good and Bongino and Pam Bondi and Trump's not getting nothing done and blah, 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 blah. They've quieted down quite a bit now because it is so prevalent and so big. And what I do here is try and connect some of the dots on that. But that's a big deal, wouldn't you say? That Dan Scavino says, I've been tasked with deploying U.S. Marshals across this country. For what?
This is that headline. Got it. Love it. No problem. Dan Scavino, one of the few men that DJT implicitly trusts.
Yes.
For decades, blah, blah, blah. Got it. So if he says it, that's second only to DJT saying himself. So
Correct.
deploying for the marshals, excellent. Everybody goes, fantastic. I can see, they've told us this. Now remember that DJT doesn't telegraph, but he told us this is happening. So it provides a layer of peace and equanimity in the population, knowing that, okay, the marshals are in there to help. That's good news too. Now, what else has Dan Scavino put out recently? He put out a music clip. Does anyone remember what that piece was? Pause for the audience to ponder. It was the three tenors singing Nessun Dorma, which is an aria from Turandot, a Puccini opera that was written in 1921. Nessun dorma, nessun dorma. Tu pure, principessa, nella tua fredda stanza, guardi le stelle. I won't torture you anymore, but you know the one. It's a beautiful piece of music. Wonderful. It means none shall sleep. Nessun dorma, none shall sleep. And it's about, but anyway, that's the opening line. The last line is when you hear them sing, Vincerò. Vincerò means I will win. Okay? So none will sleep and I'm going to win.
Wow.
Great piece of music. So why did Dan Scavino play that? Well, he showed the three tenors. That was his clip. But that piece of music was used in the final scene of a movie called The Sum of All Fears, where there was an attempt to cause a false nuclear holocaust. And in the final closing scenes of that is you've got the US president and the president of Russia signing the peace agreement that was finally nutted out because sanity prevailed. They weren't being forced into a conflict. Then in the background, as this music is being played and the aria is being sung, people, key people, black hats, let's call them, were being executed extrajudicially, meaning they were just taken out, they were assassinated. One car exploded, another man was shot in a frozen forest, another guy had his throat slit in a bathtub whilst that music was playing. So how do I interpret Dan Scavino being tasked to take out the marshals, to deploy marshals? I think they're saying, ladies and gentlemen, bad things are happening to bad people at the hands of good people all around the planet. We'll tell you about the marshals, but we won't tell you about what's happening down here. But that's happening, and the bad guys are being taken out. And we can pick that up in Oz because there's a level of fear now in the Masonic filth in this country that I haven't noticed quite before. They're actually now quite, that false bravado that a frightened man will try on. It's gone beyond that now. Now they can see what's happening. They've seen that their betters refuse to give them instructions because they've been taken out. And now you've got the low-level filth trying to figure out what to do. They're frightened. And they have good reason to be frightened because all around the country. So if it's happening in the US, and if Dan Scavino's put that video out, and he wants us to link it to that last scene in The Sum of All Fears, that's what's happening. People are disappearing.
Yes.
In fact, this is one of the. Hang on. Just give us a second. Let's just say it's happening in Oz too. Doors are being knocked at times. People are being taken away. And they should be frightened. And this has been going on for some time. This is not like a recent event. I'm not talking about the last couple of weeks. The hard knocks, this has been going on for some time. And it's continuing now. But the fact that that's out there is telling me, guys, relax. We're taking them down.
Excellent. That's a great dovetailing to Joe M. Those that don't know Joe M, go look him up on X or Twitter. This is the gentleman who did the series of short documentaries, I'll call them, on the Trust the Plan, the story of Q through its journey. And those that aren't familiar with it should go look Joe M up and watch those. But he's posted this on X. He said, White House demolition, tunnels, etc. Let me see where I don't want to confuse this because One moment. Yeah, okay. So we're talking about the demolition of the White House, the making way for the ballroom. What Joe M is talking about, he's questioning the purpose of this. All right, so let's throw a few things at the wall and have you weigh in on it. Talks about the recess and the shutdown. Appointment, is this for appointment, Donald Trump, appointment for judges who will be overseeing the takedown of the cabal? Are there tunnels underneath there? There's a lot of speculations beyond the grand ballroom, which I think will serve its purpose in the new golden era age that we're moving into. But what's your take on what you see happening? As you said, and through everything I brought up, you got the headline, and then you provide the detail of what may be really happening.
Yeah.
Please do that for our viewers on what you see happening with the renovations at the White House.
Sure. The headline is, and it's magnificent. The plans for this new ballroom is magnificent. And it's so Trump. That's exactly what Trump would do.
Trump, yes.
In a normal world, there's nothing else to worry about. Hey, I need a better ballroom, and I want plenty of gold. There's not enough gold in this ballroom. Let's make it bigger, make it the best, ballroom on the planet. You haven't seen anything like it in typical. So it's expected of him. He's in the frame, right? Makes sense.
Yes,
People go,
yes,
oh well,
yes.
yeah, he's building a ballroom. That's what Trump does. So now let's look deeper. What does it do? It allows for construction to take place, which means heavy moving equipment. Now, you got to be blind, Freddie, not to see that there are tunnels and there are subterranean rooms in the White House, and have been for some time. This is, again, nothing new. This is nothing new, folks. So that's there. So it give them access to bringing in the heavy equipment they need to bring in order to do what they need to do, which is so they're going to clean it out, destroy much that needs to be destroyed, cleaned up. So that could be another issue. Another potential, and I just saw this recently, another potential reason for shifting the amount the amount actually pulled down. If you look at an aerial picture of the White House, is actually quite small, and the left is losing its mind over this small room being cleaned out and a larger one attached to it, the grand ballroom, as if we need more grand ballrooms. We don't. So think about that. So what is the actual purpose of this thing being built? Any number. But the other interesting one I saw was somebody said it breaks the symmetrical Masonic design of Washington, D.C. and the buildings. So that's a possibility too. I wouldn't put money on any of these particular ones, but each one of them is plausible, absolutely plausible, to make sure that the symbolism, the architectural design, and we have the same in our national capital as well. We have a triangle that links the Department of Defense, the Parliament, and the city. Go figure. And so it could be as simple as that as well. So again, I have no breaking news on this particular story, but there are multiple things probably taking place right now. It's not a big deal. The ballroom is the cover story, and maybe DJT likes big ballrooms. I don't know.
I think it's all the above to some extent. Eric Trump responded to the witch, Hillary Clinton, or whoever is playing Hillary. I think that's not her, but whatever the case may be, Hillary Clinton posted her opposition to Donald Trump's ballroom at the White House. How dare he thinks it's his house, it's your house, and blah, blah, blah. And Eric Trump responds and basically says, what did he say? He says, the ballroom is going to be spectacular, Hillary, unlike what you did in Haiti. Boom. And just let that hang out there. So those that don't know what the Clinton Foundation did in Haiti, I'll give you a sneak preview, but go do your own research. I remember when that earthquake hit. I think it was an earthquake of Haiti, already a corrupt, broke nation. And they raised, I don't know, gazillions of dollars through their foundation. They got the media spotlight. Clinton standing on the rubble. We're going to rebuild Haiti, and we're going to take care of all these children and villages and food and water. At the end of the day, they squandered the majority of the money, never rebuilt Haiti, and decided to take a whole bunch of those children and adrenochrome them, I will say. So Eric Trump pointed people in the right direction. Thank you, Eric. Let's move on to another subject. This is a quickie. I'm going to close out in a bit on something on the economy that might take you a few minutes to comment on. But Brennan, CIA. John Brennan has just been referred to the Department of Justice for criminal prosecution for allegedly, keyword, lying to Congress. So you've got various things happening at various levels. That is a big deal. You've got Bolton, you've got Comey, you've got Mueller, you've got Letitia, you've got Pence now invoked. And you talked about this, I think, on our defense panel a while back, that while we're waiting for a big event and a big arrest, and while that is coming, the plan, as you analyzed before, is unfolding, starting to bring in and we say lower lying fruit. Hey, the former FBI director is kind of not so low, but in perspective it is. So you've got the lower lying fruits now being plucked out through grand juries, indictments, and soon charges and arrests and justice. This is happening now with this low-lying fruit, which isn't so low-lying. And what's happening, to your point, Ricardo, that you stated before, it's bringing them in, comforts the society to understand what's going on before something big happens. It's prepping them. And you also stated that they will implicate others. Case in point, Bolton brought in Pence. Well, now we got Pence. That low-lying fruit's getting a little less low-lying. And so just want to validate your expert analysis, because you've commented on this a while back when everyone was begging for the big arrest. So if you want to briefly comment, you got Brennan in the mix now. Then you got the 51 FBI, mostly FBI guys on the laptop stuff. It's all coming into play, and that's what we know of. Who knows what they're working on behind the scenes that haven't surfaced into the news cycle yet. Just a quick, brief comment on that, and then I want to walk into Bobby Kennedy, RFK Jr., and chemtrails. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, just on that one. Imagine you're watching a film and it's about a massive organized crime syndicate. In the opening, what is it? Act 1, the good guy doesn't walk into the head of the syndicate's office and blow his brains out. No. He's got to work his way through the 3 acts of the show. And he first speaks to one of the snitches who gives him a bit of information that moves him in bit by bit by bit. And the crescendo is finally he's taken out all the heavy hitters, and there's the head of the crime syndicate in his bath, shaking like a leaf, and the good guy standing over him. And so the audience has been brought progressively to this high point, this apex of the movie. Mm-hmm. And it makes sense. It is now logical. Because once again, remember, there are a lot of people out there that have no clue what's going on, think that James Comey is just the best Boy Scout ever, that Brennan is CIA, the head of the CIA, can't be a crook. The fact that CIA was crooked from the start, completely, they missed that one. And so we've got to bring them along into this slow story. So by the time they do get to the big arrest, everybody goes, oh, well, we knew it was him. Yeah, no, I knew that the whole time. I remember when. And so that's what it is. It's bringing all the normies, how did Derek call them? The
target audience. The target audience.
The target audience. We're bringing the target audience to agree with that final scene where the good guy breaks the door open and there's the head of the syndicate in his bath shaking like a leaf. Yeah. And that's all it is.
Perfectly said. Let's talk about RFK Jr. I'm going to read a little bit here because to set the stage, because this is big, this is important. And here we go. So RFK Jr. names DARPA in a chemtrail conspiracy. Sky warfare has been exposed. RFK Jr. detonated the mother of all truth bombs, and the target in that reveal is DARPA. And I'll quote Bobby in a moment. The shadow agency behind DARPA is the shadow agency behind black budget bioweapons, now accused of deploying weather manipulation weapons via chemtrails. The white streaks in the sky were never harmless. They were the front lines of atmospheric warfare, and the cover-up just collapsed. RFK Jr. now, of course, as U.S. Health Secretary, publicly confirmed DARPA's involvement in geoengineering in a live broadcast, and he didn't mince words or dodge. He didn't waffle. He pointed directly at the Pentagon's most secretive division and said, quote, "We think it's DARPA." Boom, that's an opening door right there. And that's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he said, with that single sentence, we'll say, he shattered decades of denial, ridicule, and silence against the issue. DARPA isn't some lab tinkering with gadgets. It's the elite military nerve center behind mind control, robotics, surveillance, and now climate warfare, which has been going on for quite some time. While the media gaslighted people like me and others and labeled chemtrails as a conspiracy, DARPA turned the sky into a chemical battleground, and this is now officially confirmed by RFK Jr. They lied while we inhaled the war. We were mocked, censored, called crazy, all while aerosol, aluminum, barium, strontium, and other nanographene were dumped above our homes into our soil, breathing in these toxins with neurological, hormonal, and immune disrupting effects, which is why it's under RFK Jr.'s belt. These aren't climate particles. These are weapons. In conclusion, DARPA sprayed us while the media ran cover. Fact-checkers buried the whistleblowers. Forests burned. Cancer spiked. Mental illness exploded. And still, they told us it was all normal. It wasn't. It was war. And RFK Jr. didn't just confirm it. He declared war on the perpetrators. And he said this, RFK Jr., and I quote, "We will find them. We will hold them accountable." He's bringing in now specialists to hunt down the operators behind the skies. This isn't symbolic, it's a purge. So it's very interesting as I conclude this long setup for you, sir. The PSYOP is dead and the deep state is naked. They can't hide behind debunked labels anymore. RFK Jr. has named the enemy. The cover has been blown. The chemtrail deniers are done. This isn't a fringe theory. It's a state-level exposure of globalist eco-warfare. This is the beginning of their end. DARPA's cloak, and they've done many other things, as you well know, of invisibility has been ripped off, and the whole world is about to see what DARPA has been doing. That's a big setup, but very important. These chemtrails, they've chose certain nations. I don't see them in Thailand. I've been coming here on and off for 12 years. I'm stationed here now for 2+ years. I don't see chemtrails here, but we see it in America. We see it in other places. What's your view of this piercing of DARPA?
DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Defense. So what have they done? Top headline. DARPA's bad. DARPA did some bad things. Specifically, I don't know, out of the many things that DARPA's been behind, chemtrails. Okay, why? People see them. People talk about them. It's in their face, and so it's an immediate grab of all the things that they could talk about. The chemtrails is a high-profile one which the target audience will relate to. Fantastic. We'll get them. We'll root them out. What have they also done by hitting this? The Department of Defense, the DOD. Now imagine the SEC war, standing up saying you're all a bunch of corrupt bastards. People would just laugh at him. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you saying that? So they didn't do that. What they do, they dragged 800 admirals and generals into a room. They set it up, and he gave a very vanilla talk, low level, get fit, shave regularly, and look good for the troops. And everybody lost their shit over that, thinking that was the whole point. He dragged them up there and gave them a stiff talking to. And now they're going to reveal DARPA. So once again, DARPA doesn't live in isolation. DARPA is part of defense, the DOD, or the Department of War now.
Yes.
And there are countless individuals within the Pentagon that are now, my guess, they've already been arrested a long time ago, because you're not going to get the news until everything has been executed. So if he's now talking DARPA and we're going to get them, they were got a long time ago. And I just don't mean the pilots, because, let's get the pilots there. They're terrible. They used to wear it. Some of them wear a patch saying spray them and bury them. And it's a pun on bury them, but barium, the element that they were spraying.
Yes.
So they knew what they were up to. And that'll get the target audience all energized. But what they're doing is they're now putting a finger in the face of the entire DOD or Department of War.
Yes.
Which means they are now up for it. Now, why is that important? Because if the DOD, I keep calling it the DOD, the Department of War is guilty, that's a shock. That is an absolute shock to everybody. Because I thought I was joining, the defense of the nation to protect the United States from enemies foreign and domestic. So the DOD is now under the microscope. So all of those bad flag ranking officers and all of their subordinates that knowingly worked with them, they're for the high jump as well. So but why? Why is that important? Because what's going to terrify them even more? Well, how about they find out that their food is completely contaminated? Like, seriously, here's the evidence. Now, if the DOD can be guilty, well, of course the corporations can be guilty. If you did it the other way around, said, ABC Proprietary Limited, the producer of more hamburgers than any other company on the planet, has been putting human meat into their burgers, people would just laugh. But if the DOD can be guilty of such a heinous crime, I'm sure ABC Proprietary Limited is probably guilty as well, because that's what's coming next. You know why we can't get well by eating well? Because the food has been so adulterated, we don't have good food anymore. Quite literally, it's rotten.
Yes.
It's bad.
No question.
Grow your own, and then they spray you, and they're going to die anyway. So again, whilst this looks like a thermonuclear device to the deep state, it's not. This is just one of a series of explosions that are sequenced. DOD goes down. My God, the DOD is dirty? What? You mean DARPA has produced everything bad and then given it out to the CDC or the NIH or the other organizations because they couldn't organize this stuff if they tried, but military can. And that's the source.
Yes.
But then you'll find out your food's poison, not just your Pop-Tarts. I don't mean that. All the people that are trying to eat good food, they've been stripped of their nutrients. In Australia, for example, one of the small policies that nobody seemed to notice, and when we mentioned it, nobody seemed to care, was one of the state governments allowed for the irradiation of fresh fruit and vegetables. Why? Did it have any beneficial effect? No. Did it prevent the seeds from ever germinating? Yes. Yeah. And so this is big news. Don't get me wrong. This is fantastic because now psychologically, if the chemtrails are proved to be true, which they are, it then prepares the target audience for more horrific news, which is you've been poisoned.
Correct.
Those fresh bananas you thought that were good for you? No. Those apples? No. Those oranges? No. And this is one of a series of reveals that are going to really shake people to the core. Trust is being broken down piece by piece by piece by piece by piece.
Yes.
And our trusting nature has been the tool that they've used against us. And that's what's happening now. But this is great news, but more to follow, guys. A lot more to follow.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of quick comments, because I know it's in the minds of people listening to this segment that we've just covered on chemtrails. They are still spraying in certain locations. I get the video footage sent to me and then you see it on social media. So it's not completely been eradicated yet, but that door has been opened. Second thing I want to comment on is Epcot. You got Disney and Epcot. Epcot in Orlando, I went there like 30 plus years ago. And I remember sitting on some little trolley, and the speakers talking to you, and you're going through, gardens, and they're showing you in the future we'll be able to grow tomatoes that will look like this, and they'll be perfect and big and round. And they were basically what they were doing is preparing us then at an event park for what became geo-engineered food. And incidentally, I'm here in Thailand. To the best of my knowledge, I've never seen a chemtrail in the sky. I've been coming back and forth to this region for 12 years. Perhaps I just missed it, but I've not seen them. And also, they don't use GMOs, same in Russia. And a lot of the foods that we eat, and I don't have these charts available, but I've reported them on my JMC Unplugged in the past. The foods in Europe and other countries that we eat that are banned in those countries because they're not food, or certain products that we buy at our supermarkets in America. When you read the ingredients, the same products by corporations are sold in foreign countries, but the ingredients are vastly different. They've taken out all the crap. So very interesting what's going on there. But this is a big move with RFK Jr. addressing what's been going on there. And so I'm going to take us, we've gone extensive time here, and I appreciate your time. I want to weigh in on this. We don't talk too much about this, but it's important. And I'm going to say on the Hunch, you probably have some great analysis and value to bring to everybody on this subject that affects everybody. I'm going to set it up first. It's a bit of a read, and then I'll turn the airwaves over to you and we'll wrap up the program. The collapse of the old system, rise of the new. We were told everything was fine over these years, that the dollar was invincible, the petrodollar. Dollar is king. That the gold held no value, and the QFS was a fantasy. But all of that turning out to be a lie for those that are looking in the right places today. The old debt-based financial empire is now collapsing before our very eyes. Corrupt central banks are desperately printing worthless money as fiat currencies plummet, the dollar down well over 10% year to date, for example. There is chaos in the banking system, largely unreported. The notion that FDIC is a comfort blanket is complete insanity. Gold has reclaimed now its throne. It's now declared a tier 1 asset and returning as the foundation of real value. Currencies worldwide are quietly being re-evaluated based on real wealth instead of fictitious debts. The quantum financial system has actually been triggered, is online and taking the lead. This is no longer a theory. It's actually happening now. Nothing can halt this irreversible process. And I talk about parallel competing economies, the old one we're in and the new one that's being built right before our very eyes. We are witnessing the end of a dark financial century and the beginning of a new and just one. I'm going to continue. Final offensive against the cabal. As the financial revolution unfolds, and it is, the final chapter of this war against the dark elites is playing out behind the scenes. Silent yet massive military operations are in full swing across all continents. Under the command of the Patriotic Alliance in this global defense war, maybe also known as the White Hats to an extent, and led by President Trump, the military is dismantling the remaining strongholds of the cabal and this financial aspect. That's a lot to throw out there. But we're talking about the competing currencies, the competing economies, the old banking and SWIFT system, the dollar itself, the end of the petrodollar, competing everything, currency supremacy. What's your view of this transition that we're in the middle of? I consider it positive, but I also consider it a danger for a lot of folks that have some investable assets, because it's the great unknown. We've not yet fully arrived in the system. Will we get caught in the old system? That's a lot of random things I threw out, but anything that would be inspired to comment on that, the economic aspect of things, I'd love for you to weigh in, and then we'll close out the show. So take it away, sir.
Okay. First up, again, Committee of 300, by their own documentation, can reveal a lot of what they value, how they work things. And they control the planet through two things, God and mammon. That's God or money. And it's the only reason people do things. And they've persuaded the human race for eons through what was called Babylonian money magic. And to take away things of real value and have assumed value or extrinsic value as opposed to intrinsic value. Yeah. And so that's that transition. We're moving away from things with in its dumbest form, the futures exchange. I think this, and then it's just gambling, and then it can be manipulated, and the psychology gets manipulated. People make fortunes and lose fortunes.
Yes.
So hopefully that's all going to go away. There's going to be transparency. The means of exchange, money, which is just a means of value in the marketplace, that's all it is, needs to be based, and we know this, on something with some intrinsic value, based on its rarity, based on its desire or demand by the people. And that's the closest you'll ever get, because there's nothing of absolute value except for God, and that's it. The rest is just us doing our best to manage our lives. And so that transition to a transparent, value-based currency and exchange and means of exchange is paramount. That's point number one, and that is happening absolutely without a doubt. Point number two, people are going to miss out because they didn't buy the right thing. Well, it's interesting because we were told maybe 5 years ago now, maybe longer, that silver would reach parity with gold and then exceed it by a factor of 3 to 4. That's not investment advice. We were just told that a long time ago. And I can do I can do the buy and sell, and I can do the buy and hold. My natural psychological predisposition is to buy and hold, but I can do the other two. And I decided, well, this works for me, so we're just going to get silver. Now, you look into silver, you'll realize silver is one of the most depressed metals on the planet. Nobody wants the price of silver to go up because flat screen TVs cost too much then. You get my drift? It has a flow-on, a downstream effect which affect a lot of other things. And that's why if this prediction is correct, that it'll reach parity with gold and then exceeded by a factor of 3 to 4. Not necessarily because gold will stay there and then silver comes up, because gold might drop, relatively speaking. Might, who knows? But I don't give financial advice. I don't talk about QFS in detail. But what I do is when I've got a spare couple of dollars, I'll buy an ounce of silver and stick it in the vault somewhere. Not at home, folks. I don't bother breaking in. We don't keep it at home. And that's what we do. And we just buy and forget, and away we go. And that's worked out so far. What about the people that missed out? Well, I have millions of dollars in my stock portfolio. Sorry. People are going to lose in the short term. They're going to lose. This is my understanding. They're going to lose what they thought they had. Mm-hmm. But the white hats would be imbecilic, and they are not. If nothing, they are very, very careful about the way they do this. They're not going to hang anybody out to dry. Okay, your $10 million portfolio might evaporate, but you will not be left with nothing, because there is so much massive wealth out there that belongs to the people. And I'm not just talking about tax returns and $2,000 checks from DJT to the Americans. Once again, the Committee 300 documentation, there are so many zeros, it's ridiculous. 20 and 30 zeros. But once again, just think about it for a second. If everybody's a millionaire, nobody's a millionaire.
Correct.
Who's going to milk a cow for $2 a liter of milk? Nobody. Milk's going to cost you what? It's called hyperinflation, guys. This is not a new game being played. This has been done time and time and time again. So it'll be managed. So no one's going to be hung out to dry. The one thing that irritates me most with the target audience is their terror about money. Now, I get it, but I've bounced off zero so many times. I've been way up here. We've gone into a shop and I've said, darling, pick out a dress you like. Don't even have to look at the label on the price. She just says, I'll have that one. Great. And we walk out and we swipe it. I've been in that situation. It's brilliant. I tell you what, I've been poor and I've been rich, and I prefer having lots of money. It's great. But when things happen, not because I'm a crook or anything, it's just things happen. You get divorced and you spend $500,000 on a divorce settlement that you never had, and you're so broke now that you're representing yourself. That was me. Once you hit zero for the first time, it's terrifying. Once you hit zero, you realize, you know what? I can get through this. It's uncomfortable as hell, but I can get through it. And you hit it a couple of times, and if you're in business, you know what it's like. All of a sudden, the ass falls out of the bag, and you go, oh my God, mate, can you lend me some money?
Yeah.
And it's not good, but once you've done it, you realize I can survive this. There are things better than money. There are things more important than money. You can make more money. You can't make more time. So use your time wisely and get on with it. That's one of the most irritating things. People are gripped with white knuckle fear about their bank account. Screw the bank account, guys. Seriously, you got bigger things to worry about. You'll be taken care of. You will not be left hang out. You will not be left out to dry.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that part. The last part of the talk is the entire system is going to be reworked. Has been reworked. Is working. It is transparent. It is clear. The vagaries will disappear. You will have what you need to live your life. And what do you do when you've got how much money do you need, guys? How many Bugattis do you need in the driveway? How many aircraft do you need in your hangar? And there are some that just can't get enough, and good luck to you. Well done. But imagine if you had enough to live. You can now spend your life doing what you love.
Yes.
Think about that for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
And our needs are quite, my wife and I, our needs are quite modest. It focuses on the family, health and education. Basically, that's it. Holidays, if we can afford it. We don't always do it, but we have a great time wherever we are. Throw some seeds out on the back veranda and feed the king parrots. It's a joy to us. Every day is a joy. Now, this might seem lame to you, hyper wealthy people, but I can tell you this, you should have learned a lesson by now. Money means nothing when you don't have your health. COVID proved that.
Correct.
It was a great leveler. But imagine you've got enough to live, whatever you think it is enough to live, that you get to do with what you want to do. How's that for the future? And the people say, what should I do? I say, well, find out what you love and do it in the service of the people. And you'll have the happiest life you can ever imagine. And it sounds lame, and it sounds gay, and it sounds weak. You know, Bosie's lost his onions. He's talking like a kumbaya type guy. No, I just know what's important, what's not. So find out what you love, and do it in the service of the people. You'll have the happiest life. What comes back to you? What comes back to you is beyond measure, folks. And I'll leave you with this one line from W.H. Murray, who wrote a book on the 1951 Scottish Himalayan expedition. And it's been attributed to Wolfgang von Goethe, the German writer, philosopher. But it wasn't. It was him. It was a Scot who climbed mountains for a living. And he says, whatever you do or you think you can do, start it. Begin it now. Boldness has power in it. Boldness has magic in it. Once you start, Providence moves to provide to you everything you need to make it happen, even if you haven't thought of it. And this is a hard-nosed mountaineer, okay? So they don't leave much up to the airy fairies. So whatever you think you can do, whatever you think you'd like to do, begin, commit, and then Providence turns up and says, well, you wanted to do that, here you go. And I have countless personal examples of it. I mean, it's ridiculous. For the people who don't believe, right? I've lost my onions. I'm no longer the hard man anymore. Yeah, I am, but I'm a bit wiser too. I was going through a really rough patch in my life, and I wrote, second wife had left, took my son, my life was falling apart. I felt like my soul had been ripped out, and I mean it. It was the worst I've ever felt in my life. And I had nothing to live for because she had gone, taken him, and I wasn't going to see him again. So I actually put on my wall pictures of what I want my life to look like, and it was nonsensical. There's a picture of a happy family, mum and dad and some kids. There's a picture of $400 million. There's a picture of overseas travel. There's traveling the world and doing. And this was insane. I'm sitting there staring at the wall, smoking 2 packets of cigarettes a day, trying to get through the next 24 hours and figure out how I get my son back. And I'm putting these ridiculous, I mean, insanely great goals on the wall in front of me. Within 7 weeks, I was in Milan consulting to an Italian company. What? You're kidding me. Got a phone call. Mate, you speak Italian? Yeah. Look, we're doing some gas and oil consulting. Can you cover Milan for me? Yeah, sure, no problem. Off I went. And I'm sitting in front of Il Duomo drinking grappa and an espresso 7 weeks later. Why? I started it. Let Providence do what it does. Let God do what he does. Let him know what you want to do. Find out what you do and start. Providence turns up. And I mean it, folks. It's just insane. Get out of that mindset where, oh my God, I'm going to lose my money. Fuck the money. You can make more money. Find out what you love. Begin it. Let Providence, let God do what it does. Your life will change, the quality of your life. And what comes back is of greater value than any stock portfolio you think you might have lost. There you go.
You know, a lot of truths there and words of wisdom, I would say. And I personally can relate to the lessons that you've shared with us through these viewpoints in my own life. I too hit bottom and up and down, and I'll tell you what, you know, at one point I had 3 homes and 3 cars, a wife, 2 dogs, 2 storage units, 6 offices in 3 states. And I'll tell you what, when I reduced that all down to 2 suitcases, I felt more liberated, more free. But to your point of thought precedes the physical universe and divinity steps in, those are hardbound truths that I've personally experienced. It's a great way to end the broadcast. And I appreciate your time in commenting on the various things that we just covered in this broadcast. How can our viewers that aren't following your work, and many of them are, but how can the new folks coming aboard follow you and your own platform and your own work, aside from what you and I do here every other week?
Sure, go to www. and you've got to put the W's in. Australia One, as written up there, party, P-A-R-T-Y, australiaoneparty.com. That's our party website. You'll have all the access to our social media links. Go through them because there are a lot of fake ones up there. Please ignore the fakes. Go to the social media links from our website. You can also go to our Rumble. It'll take you to our Rumble channel where there are in excess of 500, maybe 600 now videos, interviews going over many, many, many years. So we've been at this game for a long time. And most of them are between 1 to 3 hours. Some are long, some are short. But you'll find everything you need to see there in terms of the videos. And one other little piece of advice. This is my book. Greatness Awaits You, The 5 Pillars of Real Leadership. It's not military stories, folks. Relax. This is real leadership. The military knows about command, which is the lawful execution of authority. This is about leadership, and it applies to a single mum trying to raise good moral children, as it does to the national leader of a nation, a CEO of a corporation, or the coach of a sports team. These are enduring lessons on real leadership. It's in its 5th print. In fact, the latest print has in red up the top. 5th print, 5th reprint, in fact. So it obviously has some value. The publisher's pretty happy. So go straight to Wilkinson Publishing in Australia. Wilkinson Publishing, order from him. He'll be very happy to hear from you. It's a great book, and it has lessons for everybody. I've told this story before, but I'll tell you again. About 2 a.m, I got a phone call from an extremely high net worth individual whom I knew, and he said, "Mate, I've just read the book. It was all good until I got to the very end. I went and realized, I'm missing one last number to the safe combination safe that I've been trying to open for the longest time." And so, even for those of you who are at an emeritus level of your profession, let's say, or life, I'm sure you'll find something of value in here. And if you don't, then give it to your son or your grandson or your daughter, your granddaughter, your great-grandchildren, whatever, because they certainly will. It's written to be accessible to the emeritus level as well as the young boy. I saw a review online by a young man, must have been 15, I guess, and he did a video review of the book, and he got a lot out of it too. So please, the one thing that's going to save you, your family, and your country in the future is leadership, real leadership. And this is a great place to start. So there you go.
Excellent. Greatness Awaits You.
That's it for me, John.
Thank you, sir. Lots of lessons documented by Ricardo Bosi in the book on leadership. And so
what do you guys think? Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi on John Michael Chambers. Gotta love Ricardo Bosi. I don't know. I just think we're in for a heck of a week. If you're gonna hibernate, fellas, you should get on it. Oh my. I guess we will see what the week brings about, right? You can hibernate for Halloween, maybe. It's been a weird one. Like always, it's been a weird one. It'll be even weirder tomorrow. I think it's time to wrap it up, folks. It's 4:20. Not really. The show's been going for 4:20. You know how that goes. So, we'll see. Interesting time period coming. By all accounts, really, no matter who you're listening to, everybody's got something interesting to say about this coming week. So we will talk more about it tomorrow. My head is full today. It'll explode. I do love you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been real. It's been good. Squeeze my ball. Anyway, I'll be on tomorrow night. We'll go from there. We'll see what's going on. You guys don't do anything I wouldn't do. God bless you. Good night.